right. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Good to see you all. There we go. We are live. Had a few technical difficulties some type of way. But we are here. I'm representing Chicago. Much respect to all my people over there on Facebook. Everybody over there on Twitch. And everybody on YouTube. Much love and respect always. Okay. Thanks very much, Elijah. Salute with that powerful name, Elijah Farrakhan. You know, people would ask me, Elijah, how did you pick a name? And I would tell them to do just what you did. I said, hey, find two people that you admire and make you a name. So that Elijah Farrakhan, that's a fire name right there. I ain't gonna lie. Good to see you, Shelly. Hard working. We got San Francisco in the building. We got everybody in the building. Much respect to everybody in the building. You know, I got some of the most toughest subscribers in the game. With all the ways I be talking, and they strong, it doesn't bother them. So I got the strongest chat in the game. We built this chat. We got rid of a lot of people to get us a strong, solid chat. Okay. Yeah, we got a strong, solid chat. We're going to keep it that way. Watching from Turkey on the trip. Okay, be safe. Salute, salute. Turkey's in the building. All the beautiful ladies. Jazzy Joy. Ooh. Hi, Jazzy, with your extra pretty self. We got Frisco in the building. Rep your city, rep your city. And shut up and do what the system tell you to do. They got a lot of nerve. Oh, boy. I was supposed to talk about this yesterday. I can't wait. They trying to tell us to shut up, y'all. They basically trying to tell us to shut up. Yeah, beautiful. Always. Yeah, we got Mississippi in the building. Brother Dwayne, you know, Mississippi is the favorite state for little children. Did y'all know Mississippi is little children's favorite state? Did you know that? Did you know Mississippi is the state that all little children, when I grew up, we thought we was doing something because we could spell Mississippi and we could finally spell a big word. So Mississippi. We would just be running around. Like, for real, this is real Black history. Hopefully, if you watch me, you're going to hear some real cultural history. This is really cultural history. Anybody can tell you this from my group. I'm born in the late 50s, grew up in the 60s. The first big word that Black children learned how to spell was Mississippi. These is facts. And boy, we thought we could spell. Brother Dwayne, boy, we thought we could spell. Some people say crooked letter, crooked letter. Yeah. We thought we could spell, boy, all day. Mama, I can spell Mississippi. Go ahead, spell it, baby. Mississippi. That's so good. We come back an hour later. Mama, I can spell Mississippi. You told me, but go ahead, spell it for me, baby. You know, we had some nice mamas put up with us. Because we might say that about a good 15 times that day. And mommy just Act like she never heard it before. You know, we had some good mommies. We had some real positive mommies. You could do whatever as long as you didn't do what they told you not to do. If they didn't tell you not to do it, you get a pass. They'll tell you, don't do that. Don't do that. But if they didn't tell you not to do it and you did it, you were straight. You know what I'm saying? Mississippi was the wrong turn, bars. Jazzy, Jazzy Joy say, I know. But you know, in Chicago, they was in Chicago, Black history. You get it here. Recent history. You know, I like recent history more than ancient history because ancient history don't really tie into what we're doing now. So this is recent history in Detroit, in Chicago, St. Louis, all the cities right up the middle. There, within the Black community from the Great Migration, there were city boys and country boys. And with the Black men, it wasn't a whole lot of city boys. There was, but it was a whole lot of country boys, right? But they were all Black men, so they all loved each other. They all got along. But how they had fun was kind of like signifying on each other based on if you were a city boy or a country boy. They thought that was a lot of fun. Okay. I go to the barbershop, they be doing it all day. But out of them going back and forth, the city boys against the country boys was only maybe about 1/6. The big battle was the Mississippi from against Alabama. Oh boy. Oh boy. The brothers from Mississippi and the brothers from Alabama. Woof. You should have heard them. And they thought it was so funny talking about each other. They thought it was the greatest thing ever because they was united. So they was going against each other as a unified group. It was a beautiful thing. And the main way they stuck their chest out, and this for all y'all uh, relatives, that's the next generation over me, not my generation, but the generation over me. So it might be your great grandparents. The way Black men stuck their chests out is by saying how fast they drove from down south to Chicago. You know what I'm saying? That was their bragging point. You know, real talk. So your great uncle, my uncle or my daddy, they be sitting around. Yeah, I got in that old Buick, man. I opened that thing up, man. Man, I opened it up. Man, I hit that highway and I opened that thing up and I got here in 12 hours. Now, it wasn't later that I found out why they was driving so fast, because they was leaving at night and they was trying to get out the south before sunrise. They was leaving at night in the evening time. So by the time it's sundown towns, they ain't in no town, right? They ain't in no town by sundown down. So they trying to leave 6, something like that. Sometime early in the morning, 5 in the morning or 6 in the evening. And they trying to get out in the middle of nowhere where there's no towns. So they not stopping. They're not doing no stopping. They get in that car and they opening that thing up, man. You know what I'm saying? They open it up. So you really couldn't tell the difference between Mississippi and Alabama once they came to Chicago. You couldn't tell. They was the same. They just draw a line, right, brother? And they draw a line, and we believe the line, but the line don't really be real. If you be in Mississippi and you cross the border to Alabama, if you stop at a gas station over here, black folks, and you cross the border, stop over here, you know, that's like trying to say it's different between blacks in Chicago and Indiana and Milwaukee. Uh, You know, they got these fake borders, and we start buying into it, but the borders don't even be real. You have to drive a long way before you see a difference. You have to drive a long way before the way they talk change, you know? So you gotta go from if you go to Mississippi and Alabama, you gotta go to New Orleans before you hear a different dialect. And then you gotta go to Texas before you hear a different. Then you gotta go to Florida. You gotta go a little ways before you hear the different language. But you don't hear it the big difference in the next state. They talk the same. I think the most unique state is probably New Orleans. I don't think nobody talk like that once you leave New Orleans. Very interesting. But tonight we talking about free speech, okay? I was supposed to talk about this yesterday. We ended up talking about the police. That was an interesting conversation. I have to go back sometime and listen to my conversations because I don't know what I'll be saying because it don't be scripted. So I have no idea what I say on these lives, and I respond to the viewers, right? And so hit that like button, share, subscribe, and we're gonna talk about um, the battle for free speech. It's a battle for free speech. I'm at the forefront of that battle because YouTube, which is doing a great job, but their sponsors are pushing the line for how you talk for them to be able to run the commercials on your platform. And so when you see somebody like me and I got demonetized, that's not YouTube. YouTube didn't do that. YouTube is cool. But their sponsors that pay them, that they make money from, pay them. And them sponsors look at, and them sponsors have their own algorithm wherever their commercials run to look to see if your commercials, right, fit the audience they're trying to sell to, which it makes a little sense because Americans be boycotting the sponsors when they don't like something, even though the sponsors like don't have a lot to do with it. Sometimes they're forced, like DEI. You know, these companies didn't get rid of DEI because they wanted to. They got rid of DEI because of Trump scared them. So, you know, Target is caught between a rock and a hard place, right? Because if Target don't do what Trump wants them to do, Trump is misusing his power and using his governmental power to punish people, right? He's trying to be a dictator. Well, he is a dictator. He's using his power as a president to do things that ain't none of his business. But things that is his business, he not doing. So he ain't doing nothing for the country. The people is having tornadoes and stuff. He ain't speaking on them. He ain't going to see them. He ain't sending no government funding or nothing. He running around scamming, enriching his family, using his presidency to enrich his family, to get gifts like airplanes and all of this stuff. got his family, when he's getting ready to go to a country, he sends his family first to do all these business moves before he gets there. The most scamming criminal president in the history of America. Worse than Nixon by far. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they want to have a police state. He want to be able to he's sending a whole bunch of FBI to Memphis, to Tennessee, to Memphis. You know what I'm saying? He slow, basically. So he's got to find out the hard way. What Donald Trump doesn't understand is that the people allow you to govern, you know. And when the people don't want you to govern no more, you don't got enough police and military. The people outnumber the police, the military, and all that. And so when the people get sick of him, he's going to be out of there. As part of being governing the people have to want you to govern. Well, a lot of the people that voted for him because they thought he can get some money or because they figured he was going to push a racist agenda, they ended up going broke because they rode with racism rather than use their mind. He ain't speaking on nothing. He's making a fool out of all of the people that voted for him, basically. Imagine if you voted for him and you're a trucker and now you got to sell your truck. Just go on YouTube. All these people are selling their trucks. Grown men are on YouTube crying. Grown men are on YouTube crying. White, black, Hispanic, because they went flat broke and they got to sell their trucks. Farmers going to be out of business in 2 or 3 months. Oh, it's over. This guy. Because they let a guy pretend he was a big businessman, but he was a failed businessman. He's a horrible businessman. And he only gets money because he's a scam artist. And now he's using the presidency to scam and get money because he can't get money legitimately. He's a two-bit crook, basically, that wants to misuse Homeland Security and all these people and think they could just come lock us up like that until we lock the city down and don't let them in. And then it is what it is. Let's see if they're really built like that, because they're really not built like that. Oh, you got 20 dudes running around with uniforms on in a whole big city like this. Don't you think we could chase them out of here? Like, we let them walk around out here. They can't walk around out here. We decide you can't walk around out here. You can't come. That's America. But he don't understand that Americans liberated America. See, he don't understand the history of the country. You see, when the Americans was over here, the people came over and the British tried to tell them what to do, America didn't have no army. It was the people that fought the British and formed armies. So he don't know the history. He doesn't know his own governmental teachings. A lot of the politicians don't. They really, when you become a politician, they really should make them all go through like a 2-week course. They should learn, first thing they should learn is of the people, for the people, by the people. It's a reason they say that. It's of the people, for the people, and by the people. You cannot push the people around. They tried that in the French Revolution, and they ran in there and pulled them all out of there. If these people get mad, they'll run up in the White House. Nobody can stop them. Okay, you just don't understand, bro. You got millions of people, 360 million people. You don't got no military can do nothing with them, and they in the military. The military is not going to attack their mamas and their aunties and stuff. This is happening in all these countries. They have a coup because he tried to turn the military on the people, but the military is the people. Duh. The military is people drafted from the cities and states and stuff. So you go to the military and your mama's still here. So I'm in the military. You think you're going to be able to send me back to Chicago to attack people in Chicago? What, is you crazy? Who in the military going to attack their state or their city or where their relatives live at? What? He's able to sick ice on Hispanics because them people ain't related to Hispanics. But he's not going to be able to sick ice on American citizens. He ain't going to get rid of nothing. He's just wasting his time. Bro, he's wasting his time. He's wasting his time. That's it. But they try to take away our free speech. And one of the ways they're taking away our free speech is by shutting us out of media. So they're making sure that you got to say what they want you to say. I was watching somebody and they made an interesting point. They said when we go back in history, right? When you go back in history, and when they look back, it's going to be noted. Watch, historically, you all going to see, especially you young ones, you're going to see that all the history books is going to basically mark COVID-19. COVID-19 is going to be historical in the history books, if there even be history books, and they don't destroy this whole stuff and we have to start all over. But if it is, they're going to say in history books that COVID-19 changed and messed up a lot of things. Because all of this stuff, if you look at the main change in your life, it's been after COVID-19. COVID-19 is when they start taking all our rights away. COVID-19 is when they start telling us we got to line up. Okay? We got to line up. We got to stay 6 feet away from each other. We had to practice social distancing, which is a military term. Social distancing is a military concept. Social distancing all started with COVID-19. COVID-19 is when they start saying you couldn't post, no, you couldn't talk about COVID-19. All my videos I made for COVID-19, I had to take them down. If you posted anything about COVID-19, if you had any theory about COVID-19, if you tried to say anything about the bats, if you try to say anything about that other little animal, it's going to come to me. If you try to say anything about the food they ate, they transfer. If you try to say anything about the government's involvement, if you try to say anything about the CDC, Fosse, right? Gain of function. They had a notice come up saying they started having fact checkers. We did not have no fact checkers, right? We did not have no fact checkers. The first place I seen the fact checker, the pangolin. Yeah, the pangolin. They started talking about the pangolin because when the bats drop their crap, the pangolin eat it. So if you eat the pangolin, you know what I'm saying? But the first place they started having the fact checkers was Facebook. Facebook was the first ones. YouTube was right behind them. Then Instagram, then Twitter. They summoned, remember when they summoned all of the social media owners to Washington to tell them to shut us up? Y'all remember that? They summoned Zuckerberg and the person that on Twitter at that time, Instagram and YouTube. They summoned them and they told us to shut up. Heck yeah, Nas. They told us to shut up. Then they told us we couldn't say vaccination. We had to say jab. Everybody's saying got the jab, or we got the, what? They was posting the needle, you know what I'm saying? Emoji. And from that time is to this time. And so that's why I'm getting in a lot of trouble on YouTube. That's why I'm demonetized. So that's why you got to support the channel, because I'm 67 years old. I watch the news. They say, oh, a man was shot and wounded. A man was killed Friday. The news say that. Some kind of way the word kill now is a bad word. This is unbelievable. Some kind of way, if a person is shot and killed, and I come over here and say shot and killed, I can't say nobody was shot and killed. And people have been getting shot and killed on ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Fox News forever. I gotta say, unalived. Unalive. I gotta say unalive. I can't say a person was shot and killed. Some kind of way, that's something. I don't know what that is. I don't know. Listen, I don't know what saying shot and killed. I don't know what kind of violation that is, but it's a brand new violation. It's a brand new violation. So you got a ruined economy. You got people struggling to get money. You got content creators getting their money to pay their rent and pay their car notes and stuff. So they not finna say shot and kill because they need their money. So all the content creators have to, they have to be careful. You see them saying all kind of weird words. Nobody can just talk. Because if you just say what really happened, you could get demonetized. If a man gets shot and killed, and you say the man got shot and killed. Okay? You got to say stuff for no reason. Like for no legitimate reason. There's no clear rules why you can't say it. There's no way you can go and see any posted information that you can't specifically say that, which is a lawsuit. Really? I just don't want to do YouTube like that because YouTube been cool. So I don't want to sue them. I won't sue them. I could take all their money. They'll lose. Okay? Them and their sponsors will lose. They would lose. They would not be able to prove their case under no circumstances. There's no judge would want to know why you can't say a man was shot and killed. That's been said on ABC, NBC, CBS, all the local news been saying that for since I was a baby. When people get shot and killed, they say shot and killed. Nobody ever said unalived. I've never heard the word unalived. Okay? You can't say none of that. See, you're not supposed to say the word if you're talking about doing it to somebody. That makes sense. So they need to be banned a sentence. But nobody's watching the store, so they got the algorithm and the computers doing it. So just anytime they hear the word, they ban it. But they not banning it based on the context in which you said it. They're supposed to ban that if you're saying you want to do that to somebody. But they're not supposed to ban that if you're reporting that as a news story. So the way I just used it, they liable to strike this video for saying something that's not has no type of danger. Okay, just the word. There's no such thing as a word doesn't have a meaning. Only sentences have meanings. A word has no meaning unless you use it in a sentence. Okay? No meaning unless you use it in a sentence. So I got to write down where I said this at, right? And I got to go back now and I got to take that out in order for the video to stay up. I make my videos, say what I want to say. I got to go back and clean them up. It should be in context. It should be a sentence, but ain't nobody doing it. They trying to let computers do it, and computers is stupid. You go to one of these AI chat things and say, make me a video, complicated vegan, and take for 20 times for the stupid thing spell complicated right. Please spell complicated with one I. They take the I and put two L's. It's the computer that they want to let run the world. Can't even make a banner. You should see some of the banners. I got AI making some of my banners. You wouldn't believe it. I'm going to save some of them. Just one step to total control. No. Listen, just one step to losing control. Okay? They slow. They one step to losing control. Ain't nobody gonna listen to them. How they gonna make us do it? Come on, man. How? When you govern the people, you work for the people. You can't attack the people you work for. You can't attack the relatives of the soldiers. You can't have the police attack their own relatives. This is why they try to use it racial. They try to have white police attack blacks because the white police are not related to blacks. But when they really try to clamp down and then these police got to attack whites, they ain't going to want to do it. Okay? Listen, man, if you're just going to detain me for nothing, then you're going to be in danger when you pull me over. That's so stupid. You just make putting police in danger. If people scared that when the police pull them over, you might end up in a gulag somewhere, what do you think they're going to do? It's going to be chases, high-speed chases, and shootouts. Duh. These people stupid. So they trying to get rid of free speech. They trying to get rid of free speech. And this video might be a long time because you are not going to believe how much is going on to get rid of free speech. You are not going to believe what I'm going to present. They are then lost their minds. I would kid you not. They have actually lost their minds. Crazy. Destroying the whole country they built. They built the country off of rebelling against the British for the same thing they turned around and doing now. This is what happens when the school system collapsed. This is all because the school system collapsed and our politicians don't know no U.S. history. Listen, those politicians in Washington, D.C. are stupid. They don't know no history. They haven't really taught history since the 60s and early 70s. They're not really teaching history like that. And they're not really teaching social studies like that. They don't teach geography no more and social studies in school. They don't teach social studies or geography. Not like they used to. When we was coming up to school, they used to show you the different countries, say, oh, they grow a lot of cocoa here, they grow this there, they grow that there, they grow this there. But they was lying back then, saying that the European was he the first one. You know, my cousin, I was in my 20s. My cousin's like about 6 years younger than me, 7 years younger than me. He was going to school at Percy L. Julian. So he came home one day, he had to do his homework. So he had to do his history homework. So he's sitting at the kitchen table. I said, what you doing? He said, I'm doing my history homework. Now, school's only been a week. So I look at the book. He had chapter 7. So when I go look at chapter 7 is Christopher Columbus, Marco Polo, and all that. This is a black school. And they starting the year with Christopher Columbus and Marco Polo. I turn back to chapter 1, the Egyptians. Egypt, math, writing, started it. So I'm saying, oh, so they want to start like history started with the Europeans and leave out where history really started. This is what Trump trying to turn it back to that. Because that's how it used to be. And people have been working to get rid of that. And then he's saying they destroying America from getting rid of the racism and the disrepresentation of history, the distortion of history. He said that's America, and he want to bring that back. He said make America great again, which he don't clarify what he mean by that. If he clearly said make America great again, bring back Zenith and Motorola and Ford and the car companies, yeah, but he's not saying that. He's leaving it open. So then people saying, well, when was it great? Because for black people, America ain't never been great. America's always been racist. America's always been a country full of bigots. America's always treated us like second-class citizens, still to the day. So when America been great? Because if you really want to look at it, the Native Americans would say that America was great when they was here and you wasn't even here. And the Native Americans would say ever since the Europeans got here, America ain't been great no more. Because how can America be great on somebody else's stolen property? This is, and it's just amazing how they trying to whitewash and get rid of the fact that they not from here, that they stole this. That's what I'm be talking about tomorrow because I'm watching Trump mad at the South African president because he's saying the whites in South Africa get mistreated, but the whites in South Africa is of invaders. But they trying to pretend like they legitimately there in Africa. They not there legitimately. You got a white American who's not here legitimately, okay, sanctioning a white person in South Africa that's not there legitimately. Both of them are not legitimate. This is why Trump support South Africa, because the way the Europeans did the South Africans is the same way Europeans did the Native Americans. Trump is a descendant of an invader, and there's no amount of time makes that go away. So you can't just be here and make your statues and make your history books and make that go away. That's not going to go away. Now, they don't want their children to know that, because then their children won't maintain the stolen property. I'm going to be talking about that tomorrow. I'm probably going to get in trouble. Again, I'm probably going to get in trouble tomorrow. Yeah, I'm probably going to get in trouble because I'm not supposed to say none of this, because I'm supposed to be a little bitty baby and I'm supposed to come and say what they want me to say. Then they want to get out here and talk about all this freedom and all this stuff. But I can't say what I want to say. I got to say what they want me to say. Basically. So I'll be talking about that tomorrow. That's going to be interesting. But I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to just shut up and get my money like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? But I'm different. Yeah, I'm different. I'm different. Yeah, I'm different. I'm a little hard-headed. You know what I'm saying? I didn't come all this way to tuck my tail. I ain't been no radical all these years to turn around and tuck my tail. You know what I'm saying? So it just is what it is. I'm going to be talking about that tomorrow. The title going to be trying to put a Band-Aid on stolen property. Yeah. I was supposed to talk about it a couple of days ago. If you've seen it, and I kept pushing it back because I'm like, Pharaoh, be quiet. I'm not sure if I want to jump off the cliff. But hey, whatever. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? They don't want me to say this stuff. But I'm not a racist or nothing like that. Yeah, I'm not a racist or nothing. But I'm just keeping it real. So they want to get rid of free speech. You know what I mean? Some people, they want to get rid of free speech. So I'm going to show you all the different things what they're trying to do to get rid of free speech. Let's start with this. 60 Minutes reporter Scott Pelley warns freedom of speech is under attack in a viral commencement speech video. Veteran 60-minute reporter Scott Pelley warned freedom of speech is under attack during President Trump's second term, while also ripping the commander-in-chief for his efforts to dismantle federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in a speech that has now gone viral on social media. Pelley's shot at the Trump administration came during a commencement speech at Wake Forest University last week, with video of the speech spreading on X and other platforms over Memorial Day weekend. In this moment this morning, our sacred rule of law is under attack, Pelly said. Journalism is under attack. Universities are under attack. Freedom of speech is under attack. He continued, an insidious fear is reaching through our schools, our businesses, our homes, and into our private thought. Paley appeared to be referring to the Trump administration's battle with Harvard University and Columbia University in his comments. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security said it would block Harvard from enrolling international students because the university had permitted anti-American agitators to hijack his campus and make students, and in particular Jewish attendees, feel unsafe on campus. A federal judge gave Harvard a temporary restraining order against the DHS order on Friday. Now, I'm going to keep it real. That is the fault of the Palestinian protesters. That's their fault. That's not Trump's fault. The people that protested for Palestine lost their rights because you can't go and tear up the university because something that happens with the military over there in Israel. Okay? So they caused this. It's just Trump ain't going about it the right way. Okay? Because I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't ban foreign students. I would just lock up everybody that's out there. Right? I'd lock you up for a minute. Because you should not be allowed to protest a university to get your point across to the government. Go out and protest in the city, right? But you can't go and tear stuff up. Because once you go start tearing things up, you're tearing up things that people got that ain't got nothing to do with what's going on over there. If you bust the windows in the university, if you spray paint over the university, if you lock down the university and you shut down other youth to be able to go to school, that has nothing to do with what's going on over there. Neither will that stop what's going over there. Because the Israeli government is doing that over there. And the Israeli government ain't at the school. But you can't ban all immigrants because all immigrants ain't Muslims. All immigrants ain't from there. Okay? Right? So you're disrupting other people's lives because what's going on over there. And the problem I got with the Palestinians is the same problem I got with Trump and the American administration. The Palestinians are invaders, right? That invaded that land because that land was black. And when the Egyptians, when the Arabs invaded, the Arab invasion, the Arabs took over that the black true Hebrew Israelites, and they invaded Egypt. Those Arabs in Egypt are invaders. All of them people on North Africa are all invaders, including Gaddafi. Gaddafi was an invader, is a descendant of an invader. He's not an African. Okay? Period. I never liked Gaddafi. Brothers got to get y'all politics together. Gaddafi does not represent Africa. He's a Turk or something like that. He's from across the water up north. He's not from Africa. So for him to be in Africa controlling all that oil and for so-called black Pan-Africans to support a foreigner in Africa, you're not a true Pan-African. You bootleg. Okay? And so the Palestinians came in, destroyed the original black Hebrew Israelites, destroyed the original black Egyptians. They both looked alike because it's right across the Suez Canal. They couldn't tell the difference between a Hebrew Israelite or an Egyptian. As a matter of fact, they traveled and lived back and forth together. Do your research. Those black Hebrew Israelite Palestinians used to go to Egypt, lived in Egypt, and black Egyptians lived there. This is fact. So then, after Hitler, right, did what he did, then they funded these Jewish people to go and take the land from the people that took the land from us. So they took the land from us, and then somebody now came and took it from them. So they out there protesting, but black people should be protesting the Palestinians because you're not a Palestinian, you're an Arab. That's not their land either. So you have two groups of people in Israel fighting, and the land don't belong to neither one of them. The Palestinians are not from there. They are Arabs. They're from further north. They came down and took that from black people. So they're reaping what they sow. So all the people that's out there, all you Palestinians protesting, talking about they doing you wrong, they doing you just like you did the black Hebrew Israelites there that are still there, that you still mistreating. And you go look that up on your own. They were still mistreating them, even under these conditions. They were still mistreating them, okay? These is all facts, okay? These is all facts, all right? So them people that's protesting for what's going on in Palestine, I do understand that they're going to stand up. They don't like their people being hurt like that. But until they face the fact that they did that to the black people, and okay, well then you reap what you sow. The same thing you crying about is the same thing you did to us. Okay? Okay, make no mistake about that. Make no mistake. Who the original Hebrew Israelites are. Okay? Don't make no mistake about that. All right? All right, let's not play. Let's not play no game. I'm the realest alive. I'm the only one out here that's telling the whole truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay? Okay? Who are the Hebrew Israelites? They'll go to Igbo right there from Africa. They'll go to Ethiopian Betas right there. Ethiopia, West Africa. Who won't smoke? Who? Who won't smoke with Big Pharaoh? Okay? All right? The Limba. What y'all know about the Limba? Huh? What y'all know about the Limba? Okay? This is why I'm not monetized. This is why you got to support the channel. I'm not monetized. They want me to shut up. Okay? They don't want you to learn none of this at all. Okay? All over the world, we made it known that we, the Black Hebrew Israelites, and Black Hebrew Israelites came straight up out of Chicago, shout out RIP to Ben Ami Ben Israel and the brothers and sisters of the African Hebrew Israelite nation that left Chicago and went over there. Salute to all my brothers that soul vegetarian, soul vegan. Okay? So my bread, I got brethren here that represent themselves as Hebrew Israelites. You know what I'm saying? You understand? When they get through playing. And so when it gets to Trump banning, you see those black Hebrew Israelites? These are the ones that was in Palestine. These are the black Palestinians. These are the black Palestinians. Okay? Yeah. These are the black Palestinians that the Arab Palestinians displaced and did them the same way. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, like that. Yeah, the dumb way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah, they don't want you to know none of this. Okay? You understand? You see, when brothers be trying to decide if we Hebrew Israelites or we Muslims and all that, they slow. Because we all that. See, y'all crazy trying to pick which black y'all was. All that stuff was black. So when brothers come and try to tell you you shouldn't be no Muslim, that you should be a Hebrew Israelite, they don't know that Muhammad's grandfather was Ethiopian. They was black. They was black. That's why you got Sunni and the other ones. You got two different groups. Because you got the black ones that originate from the black, and then you got the other ones. Yeah. When the black Muslims, the descendants of Muhammad, Shia and Sunni, when the descendants of Muhammad went to Ethiopia to run for their lives, and they went to see the Ethiopian emperor and said, "Can we stay here?" He told them, "Yeah, y'all family, because they Ethiopian, they half Ethiopians. Muhammad's grandfather was Ethiopian. These facts. So this is why they let them come to Ethiopia and stay. That's why when you go to Ethiopia, you got Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. Because that's the original blacks that when the whites and the Arabs came fight the blacks, they pushed all the blacks down. And the last stronghold for all the blacks was Ethiopia. That's why y'all should all respect Ethiopia. Because Ethiopia was the only unconquered nation where all the blacks ran to when everything else was getting conquered. This is all facts. All your religions survived in Ethiopia. If it wasn't for Ethiopia, your black Muslims would have got wiped out. Hebrew Israelites would have got wiped out. Black Christians would have got wiped out. The first Christian that was converted by the disciples of Christ was an Ethiopian. He took it back, and Queen Candace made the whole country follow the ways of Christ. When Mary and Christ and the European king wanted Mary unalived, where she ran to with the baby? Kemet, Egypt. Her and Joseph took the baby to Egypt. Why? How can her and Joseph go to Egypt and hide unless they looked just like the Egyptians? If he's trying to hide with the baby, black folks, they took the baby with other black folks. They fit it right in. Yeah, look it up. Okay? That's just a side note. We're going to get back to the conversation, but you know how I do. We're going to get everything straight. So with Trump doing, they caused it. You know what I'm saying? They caused it by tearing up them schools. So one thing, I ain't going to just lie. So Trump wanted to block them from going to these nice schools because they tore up too many schools. They did too much property damage. And he like, if you're going to be a foreigner and you're going to come here and go to schools in America, you're going to respect our institutions or you got to get out. I can't hate on him for that. But he should have made it. It should have been a way he could have did it directly to the people that break the rules. If I'm from overseas and I didn't do nothing, don't do that to me. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that to me. You know, when they had them big protests and stuff, send federal agents in there dressed like them, take pictures of everybody, do your investigation, and grab all of them that was out there and deport them and get them a record and don't let them and their family back. But to say no foreign students, and I'm from India, and I'm not even a Muslim. I'm a Buddhist, or I'm under some Indian religion. I'm a Sikh or something, or I might not be no religion. So I don't agree with them doing all immigrants. Like, bruh, there was not immigrants out there. You understand? They did it for January 6th. Yeah. You know, I'm not, you know, you can't just ban immigrants, you know, and I'm from India because you got somebody out there protesting Palestine. You understand? When they was over there warring and the Palestinians, you know, went over there and blew up a bunch of stuff and kidnapped a bunch of people. I mean, if you beefing and you warn, the Palestinians was warring with the Israelis. The Palestinians made their war move. You made your war move. And when you make your war move and they come back and mess you up, you lost. You shouldn't. I didn't agree with the Palestinian. I didn't agree with the Palestinian military organization that controlled them. I didn't agree with them tactics. I blame them. I blame Hamas. Hamas got their people did dirty. Hamas did a half-ass attack and got their whole area blowed up. And that's what you get in Cracker Jacks. This Hamas fault. Even though they trying to stand up, even though you're trying to stand up for what you think they took from you, make sure you stand up and really stand up. Don't jump up and get slapped back down. Sometimes as a military tactician, you got to think, you know, if this move is we going to benefit from this move. Now, they took an L for that move. Got the whole place level. Come on, man. What kind of stupid attack is that? And you know why? Because their leaders don't live there. That's why. Their leaders live somewhere else. Calling shots there, but when the bombs and stuff drop, the leaders ain't even in there. They in Syria somewhere else, and send you off to do something like that. See what I'm saying? Bad leadership. And a lot of times the leadership could be agents for the people you fighting and send you off. So you do get destroyed. Yeah, that's a whole nother video. You know, Hamas might be spies. You know, if you was to ask me, Hamas work for the Israelis. Okay, we'll do this and you could get the whole land. How much you pay me? To me. You know what I'm saying? To me, Hamas worked for the Israelis. Why would you do that? You help the Israelis. I'm just saying. They need to dump Hamas. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother story for another day. But back to what we was talking about, right? He's saying that last week the Department of Homeland Security said it would block Harvard from enrolling international students because the university had permitted anti-American agitators to hijack its campus and make students and, in particular, Jewish attendees feel unsafe on campus. A federal judge gave Harvard a temporary restraining order against the DHS order on Friday. But Trump is right. Y'all didn't protect the students. There can't nobody take over the campus. Go sit your goofy ass down somewhere. You cannot take over this campus like you can just shut down everybody else going to school. Pele then blasted the Trump White House for going after DEI programs. He said, power can change the definition of words we use to describe reality, Pele said. Diversity is not described as illegal. Equity is to be shunned. Inclusion is a dirty word. This is an old playbook, my friends. The 60 Minutes correspondent speech particularly stands out because of the drama surrounding Paramount Global, the parent company of CBS, and the Trump administration. Paramount is aiming to merge with Skydance Media, and the multi-billion-dollar deal will need approval from the FCC. Right? Now, on the side note, the DEI stuff. If Trump bans DEI, but then everybody gets hired based on their skills, it's a good thing. So in other words, if blacks still get the jobs if they qualify, then getting rid of DEI makes sense. So we have to see what's the purpose. If DEI is so that blacks can't never get no work, yeah. But if DEI is eliminated, right? If it's eliminated and blacks can't get no work, yeah. But if DEI is eliminated, but you still get the job based on your qualifications, that ain't a bad thing. Because DEI is only needed because you ain't been doing stuff right. So if you're going to do things right, you don't need DEI. So that's an argument right there could be had. You only need DEI if you're going to be unfair. But if you get rid of DEI and you be fair, you don't need DEI no more. What you need DEI for if you're going to be fair? You only need equity and inclusion if you ain't been including people. But if you get rid of excluding people, you don't need it. So then that's where we have to see where that's going to go. You know what I'm saying? We got to see where that's going to go. I can't say where his mind state at. You know what I'm saying? I could guess that his mind state might be pro-white, but I have to wait till I really know that's what it is. That might not be what it is. Because in some cases, just for one, DEI ain't never helped a black man because DEI was something where they got to hire a black and they got to hire a woman, and they use that to put the black woman over the black man. So they ain't have to hire no black man. They hire her, and she represents black and a woman. So they killed two birds with one stone. So DEI ain't never been beneficial to the black man. It's only been beneficial to the black woman. Then when other people came out in, they start pushing the black woman out the way to bring in other people. But when the black woman was pushing the black man out of the way, she didn't say nothing. Yeah. She didn't say nothing. The black woman didn't ever stand up for us. when she took all them jobs that we couldn't get. She just took them. Then started talking about we got to make the same amount of money she make. What? Who won't smoke? You know what I'm saying? Huh? The black woman sold the black man out for DEI. What? I'm wrong? Now I'm going to talk about that. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Because back in my daddy's day, they started giving the black women all the jobs and making the black man have to drive the bus or be the mailman. He couldn't get no job downtown. She the only one could get a job downtown. If I'm lying, I'm flying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. The black woman sold the black man out. Then started bragging, talking about we got to make just as much money as her after she sold us out. She only got them jobs because of affirmative action. Affirmative action means they had to hire so many women and so many blacks. And what the black woman did was go fill the position for blacks and women. She filled both of them positions. And she never said, where's my brothers at? She just went and took the jobs. Then you get to 2020. Now she all fancy, talking about we got to make all this money. We got to do all this stuff. When she got my job, you got my job. You went and got my job, and you didn't stand up for me. You went and got your black ass in there and took the job and started stunting and left me delivering the mail and driving the bus and working for UPS. You ain't helped me get in the offices. You went and got in the offices. Not only did you go in the offices, you got in the office and became a prostitute for your boss. Like, you really want to smoke? Because I worked down there. I seen what they was doing. They was down there, and when you got the black woman down there and a man ain't there, and it's all white males, white women, and black women, now these white males get to flirt with your wife all day until they break her down. So these white men was down there sleeping with these brothers' wives. Yeah, your wife was cheating with her white boss. A little promise for a little promotion or a little raise. A little promise she can keep her job. Yeah. Don't nobody want to smoke. I used to go in the hallway to try to smoke a joint, and I would hear the white dudes up there got her a couple floors up in the hallway, banging her out in the stairwell. As a matter of fact, while I worked at the Treasury Department, you had a couple of white women. They was lesbians. They was flirting with the sisters too. Got mad at me because I was always blocking the white lesbian lady. This is facts. Okay? But back to the conversation, right? Because you know I go down the rabbit holes. I ain't going to do that. That's going to be conversation. You know, I say one little part, and that's a whole, that's a whole video. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm describing something. I say one little part, that's a whole video right there. But I'm going to stay on track. We're going to talk about that separate. But yeah, they trying to get rid of free speech. They trying to get rid of free speech. So they doing stuff like this dude, he going to court because he wearing a shirt said there are only two genders. You know what I'm saying? There are only two genders. They don't want him to have his shirt. So he going to court to be able to wear his shirt at school. Yeah. He got to go to court to be able to wear his shirt. Because now they want to try to say it's a whole bunch of genders. Okay, cool. If they want to say it's a whole bunch of genders, I feel like they got the right to say that. Right? Right? If you gay and you want to push what you push, you got the right. But then you don't got no right to tell me I can't push what I'm pushing. How is that equal rights? If you got the right to push an LGBTQ lifestyle, but then you want to take away my right to push a heterosexual lifestyle, make that make some sense. How you gonna say equal rights? You believe you a man and you could be a woman. I believe that there's only men and women. How do your belief trump my belief? When my belief is real and your belief is make believe. Because there's only two sexes. Your mind is not a sex. If you're born with a body of a man or a boy, and your mind tell you you're a woman, that's your mind. But you got a penis. No matter what your mind tell you, you got to have surgeries. If you a woman, why you got to go cut your penis off? Why you got to go have surgeries? Why you got to turn into a woman if you is a woman? If you a woman, why you got to turn into a woman? Make it make some sense. Just because you think you're a woman don't mean you're a woman. I think I'm a billionaire. And I want the right to be a billionaire and walk around like a billionaire. I deserve that right. I think I'm a Harvard graduate that went there 16 years, and I think I should be given a job. I think I should be given a job because I think I'm a genius like people at Harvard. Oh, I can't be that, but you could be a whole band and say you're a lady. You got the right to say that, but how you said you got the right to be gay, but he ain't got the right to wear his shirt to school. They said Shorty can't wear his shirt to school. Why? But they up in school with all this gay stuff on the little babies. And the difference is he's saying there's only two genders, and two genders could be boys and girls. Y'all up at the school promoting sexuality with kindergartens, first grades and second grades, and school kids that shouldn't even be dealing with no sex at all. The only sex they should be dealing with is the type of sex he's dealing with, which identifying if you're a boy or a girl. But they dealing with sex as far as sexuality and intercourse with little kids. They bringing that into the school. Make that make some sense. So they want to take away his right to free speech while they give the right to free speech to the LGBTQ movement. That don't seem fair to me. That don't seem fair. Look, the Supreme Court declines to review free speech case involving a student who wore only two gender shirt. The Supreme Court won't even see the case. The Supreme Court declined to hear a case involving a Massachusetts student who was banned from school for wearing a shirt criticizing the transgender movement on Tuesday. How is he criticizing the transgender movement by saying it's only two sexes? That is a fact. There's not, how many sexes is it? The student, Liam Morrison, brought the case through his father in September, Christopher and Susan Morrison. The plaintiffs argue Nichols Middle School violated his free speech right when it banned him from wearing two t-shirts to school with the words, "There are only two genders and there are censored genders" on the front. Liam was sent home both times after he refused to change shirts. The school argued the shirts made his classmates feel unsafe, and the federal court agreed, saying the message was demeaning for transgender Students, listen. Transgender means you're turning into something. So if you don't have to transform, if you that. The word trans, like it transform, meaning that you're changing your gender. If you're trying to change your gender, that's not your gender. Your gender is what you changed from. So if I'm a man and I want to be a woman, I would just be a man and be a woman. But I wouldn't say I'm a woman. I would say I'm a man that's want to be a woman now. I don't see why I gotta be a woman. I'm not a woman. I'm a man that turned into a woman. What's wrong with that? Why I gotta say I'm a woman when clearly I turned into a woman? A woman don't have to turn into a woman. A woman don't have to turn into a woman. A man don't have to turn into a man. You are taking pills. You are getting surgeries. You are doing things to transform your body into what you want to live as. Cool. But you're not that. You're not that. Now, when it gets to the point you want to change and then want me to accept you as that and saying I'm violating your rights, you violate my rights, because now I meet you at the club, you tell me you a woman, you don't give me the right to decide if I want to be with somebody that used to be a man, and you violate my rights. I take you home, you got a whole penis. And we done had oral 2 times. You tell me you was on your period or whatever, gave me oral 2 times. And then finally I find out, now you done gave me mental damage. How's that legit? Listen, man, keep this stuff a billion. It's only 2 genders. Now, if you're a gender bender, cool. I don't think nobody should discriminate against you because you do what you want to do. But you can't say you know woman. And you can't say you know man. You got to be a trans man or a trans woman, which is not a gender. There's no such gender as a trans man, or a trans woman is not a gender. The gender is the last part, or the first part, trans, because a trans man used to be a woman and a trans woman used to be a man, which they got that backwards. If you used to be a man, you should be a trans man. And if you used to be a woman, you should be a trans woman. A woman that transformed. Period. They got that backwards. If you're a man, I ain't got no problem with you change your sex to a woman. But they shouldn't call you no trans woman. They should call you a trans man. Because you transferred or transformed into a man. So a trans man should be a man that turned into a woman. And a trans woman should be a woman that turned into a man. That would be the proper definition. Because you transformed from a woman. So you are a transformed woman. A trans woman that turned into trying to be a man. That would be the proper term for all these smart professors and everybody, all these scientists. A woman that changes to a man is a trans woman, a woman that transformed into a man. So therefore, you're a trans woman. A man that turns into a woman, you was a man that transferred or transformed into a woman. You are a trans man. You're not a trans woman. You're not a woman. You're a man that turned into a woman. Then you're going to always be a man that turned into a woman. And you're going to always be a woman that turned into a man. You're not a man. And then if you try to tell me you're a man and you try to tell me a woman, then it's still only 2 genders. So check this out. The trans people, a man want to turn into a woman and say he's a woman. Well, if you's a woman, there's still only two genders. So if you're trying to say it's 4 genders, that means you ain't no woman. If it's man, woman, and then some other genders, you're confusing me because you're saying you want me to respect you as a woman. If you want me to respect you as a woman and you want me to respect you as a man, there will still just be 2 genders. How you want to be a woman and another separate gender? What are we doing? You want me to recognize you as a woman. You're a man. You get surgeries or whatever. You want me to respect you as a woman, but you ain't a woman. You're another gender? Like what? So you want me to treat you like a woman, but you ain't a woman. You're another gender. Well, why don't you call yourself that other gender? Why you call yourself a woman? If it's 4 genders, why they don't call themselves by the other 2 genders? But you're not a gender. Genders are born. You can't make a gender, and you can't take pills and make no gender. Genders are born. So this shirt in school is absolutely right. There are only 2 genders. This is science. They talking about he's doing something. He's teaching science. There's only boys and girls. That's it. There's only 2 genders. You can't make yourself a gender. You have to be born like that. A cow have babies. She either have a bull or a cow. She can't have a bull and then you go do something to the bull and say the bull is a cow. It's a bull, was born a bull. You got chickens and roosters. You don't got, what else you got? How you gonna say people got more than 1 gender? Don't nothing else got more than 1 gender. Birds only got 2 genders. I mean more than 2 genders. Birds got 2 genders. Cows got 2 genders. Dogs got 2 genders. Everybody got 2, everything on the planet got 2 genders. The trees, male and female. Make it make some sense. So they want to take away his free speech, but then he got to go up to the school and there's gay flags and pride flags everywhere. See, they want to have free speech for some and not the others. Because if he can't wear that shirt, then you can't put no gay pride stuff up in here. What's the difference? But they want to say that he's embarrassing the gay people, but they ain't saying that the gay people embarrassing the heterosexuals when they put their stuff everywhere, and then you ain't going to school for that. If you putting up LGBTQ stuff and you talking about gay rights, that has nothing to do with education. His shirt is more educational than theirs because his shirt is basic biology and science. There's only 2 genders. So his shirt definitely fits science class, biology. LGBTQ stuff ain't good for math class, biology, science, or none of that. It's some social stuff y'all trying to put in the school. His shirt is real physics because there's only 2 genders. You could try to make up something, but the fact is there's only 2 genders. That's it. You can't change science just because you go and do some Frankenstein stuff to yourself. Now that's why people don't respect you, because you need to just be gay and just live like that. You shouldn't be trying to change our life just because you're gay. You want to be gay? I believe you got the right to be gay. I believe you got the right to turn whatever you want to turn into if you ain't hurt nobody. But now when you want to try to change the way that we teach and the way we live, that's where you got to go to hell in a handbasket. Just be LGBTQ and just enjoy that. Now you want to try to flip the whole society upside down? No, that's not happening. No, that's not happening. That's going to fail. The LGBTQ movement needs to just roll that stuff back and just ask for just to be treated right. They shouldn't try to get all in the schools. They shouldn't try to push their doctrine because the pushback gonna be ugly. Because nobody never gonna accept that as no doctrine. You understand? Period. It ain't never happening. You know what I'm saying? I got 6 children. I got 3 boys and 3 girls. Now, if one of the girls want to be a lesbian, she got the right. I support her. If one of the boys want to be gay, I got the right. If either one of them want to get surgery, they got the right. But daddy only had 3 boys and 3 girls. They can't change that. They can't tell me I had no 3 or 4 genders. Daddy ain't had no 4 genders. Daddy only had 2 genders. So now when they want to change what I had, now you stepping on my rights as a father. Y'all mamas had boys and girls. You can't go back and rewrite that, okay? You came out, the doctor said it's a boy. You came out, the doctor said it's a girl. The doctor never said no other 2 genders. So how in the middle you going to change that? When you was born, your doctor said it's a girl. You was born, the doctor said it's a boy. That's it. That's case closed right there, I thought. That's not case closed. So they want to take away his freedom of speech. You feel me? Like they taking away my freedom of speech. They want me to shut up and do what they tell me to do. They want Pharaoh to shut up. They really want me to shut up. They want me to shut up. That's why you see I got almost up to 50,000 subscribers. You see I can't get to 100,000 to save my life. I can't get to 100,000 because the system hate me and the Babylon followers hate me because most of these people follow Babylon. So they're like, well, I don't like him. I hear him saying all that. See what I'm saying? So the people don't support me either. Everybody want me to shut up. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want me to shut up. But hey, I'm 67 years old. I ain't shut up all this time, and I'm not finna shut up none. And I'm not finna sell my soul to be no monetized on no YouTube. That ain't gonna never happen, boy. If I wanted to do that, I would have been cut my dreadlocks. I would have been cut this, and I would have got a job like a good boy. I ain't never been no good boy. I always been a triple X, quadruple X. I always been a 4X. I always been a radical. Boy, I'm not bowing down to nothing, boy. Boy, you better get the hell out of here, boy. I'm not bowing down, okay? I'll be homeless, out struggling before I kiss Babylon's ass. I'm not taking no microchip. I'm not taking no mark of the beast. I'm not doing none of that, okay? And the idea you're going to force me to do something only going to make me force you to do something, because that could go both ways. I could force you to do something. I'm just chilling. Babylon getting out there thinking like they can run stuff until we stop putting a foot on their neck. You feel me? Come on, man. Don't be trying to make me do nothing out there. I'm going to start making you do stuff on my soul. You know what I'm saying? Stop calling this YouTube and call it our tube. Since y'all trying to tell me what to do, YouTube, call it our tube. Stop calling it YouTube because it ain't for me. Why you saying it's for me? Then you telling me you can't say nothing. It's YouTube for you, but you can't. You got to do what we tell you to do. Well, then it's y'all too. You know, call it y'all too. On my soul. Then the sponsors, I got love for the sponsors, but when I go buy stuff from the sponsors, they don't never ask me what I believe. Hey, listen, y'all. These sponsors always want to shut us down when we say something we ain't supposed to say. So they take away our freedom of speech, they want sponsors. But they'll sell to us, though. What y'all think about that? What y'all think about sponsors on here don't want to monetize me, but I could buy their stuff. Now I could spend money with them and say whatever I want to say. But they won't support me unless I say what they want me to say, which means I shouldn't buy your stuff until you do what I want you to do. We could do that both ways. I ain't going to buy your stuff until you give me some rights. How'd that go? How about that? How about I don't buy your stuff? You understand? Because I already know we're going to the microchip. I already know what's up. I already know where this is going. I already see where they dwindling down. Right? What exactly happens to those that don't get the microchip? You starve to death. That's what happens. If you don't get the microchip, you can't buy no cell. You go hungry. You starve. You be homeless. Then they come scrape you up and put you in the building. That's what happened to you. What happened to you if you don't got no money? That's what basically. Whatever happened to you, Alden, when you ain't got no money, if you don't take the microchip, you basically won't have no money. You won't be able to pay your, like, okay. All right, let me give you an example. If I don't got a debit card or a credit card, I can't pay my phone bill. I can't pay this internet. Because everybody is digital now. Nobody ain't taking cash. Hey, I went to ATL and I went to Slutty Vegan. I stood in a long line outside, me and my queen, my ex. She was in the car. And I stood in a long line. Finally, I got in Slutty Vegan. I ordered me 2 sandwiches, ordered her a sandwich. They said, so-and-so, so-and-so. I pulled my money out. They said, oh, we don't take cash. Yeah. They said, we don't take cash. So if I didn't have no debit card, if I didn't have no credit card, I wouldn't have been able to get my food. That's what the microchip going to be like. You either going to get the microchip or they don't know what you're going to do. That's on you. All here in Chicago, you got to pay your rent. They ain't taking no cash. You don't pay your rent with no cash. You got to pay your rent. If you live in a building, condo, you got to pay that. Your mortgage, you can't pay your mortgage with cash. You cannot pay your mortgage or your rent for a condo apartment, or if you rent a house, you have to go online. As a matter of fact, you got to go online to get the apartment. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. You rocking with the realist. Y'all support the channel because you ain't going to get this nowhere. Watch this. Then we're going to get back to the conversation. Watch this. This is what I was living before I moved here. Right? Look. Look. Okay? Okay? All right? This is what you got to do. You got to fill this out. Okay? You got to do all this stuff online if you want to move in here. You got to do all this online. And when you contact them, right? And you go, hey, listen, when you contact them and you didn't pick your apartment, because you got to pick your apartment online. But let's say you go down there and you ain't picked your apartment online, right? You got to go down there. You got to get an appointment. You're going to go see somebody. You're going to say, I want an apartment. They say, did you sign up and study? You say, no. They got a room with computers. Oh, my soul. They got a room with computers. They're going to take you on the computers. And they're going to say, here. And you're going to go look at the apartments. You're going to find the one you want. Right? And then you're going to do all that on the computer when you're there. When it's time to pay, if you get it and they accept you, you're going to have to go online right there with the person. They got little computers, and you're going to have to go and pay your rent to get in there, your first month and your security. You're going to have to go online right there. They don't take no cash. And when you move in there and you go down to the personnel office, they don't take no cash. Hey, when you do your laundry, They don't take no cash. They don't take no cash. You go to the laundry room, it's a machine. You put your debit or credit card in there and take out how much money you want. It's going to put it on a laundry card. Facts. It's going to transfer from a card to a card. Yeah, at the leasing office, no cash. Nobody do no cash. You got to go to the laundry room. You got to put your debit and credit card in there. Then how much money you want out, it's going to put the money on there and it's going to kick out a card. There ain't no options to pay like that. Not down there. Nobody takes cash. Nobody takes cash. I've been down. I lived in Prairie Shores and I lived in Lake Meadows. Well, you at your building, see, Deanna, at your building, right? You might be right, at your building, but not at Lake Meadows and not at Prairie Shores. They don't have nowhere to put the cash. They don't, okay? They don't have nowhere to put the cash. When you go in them offices at Lake Meadow, Prairie Shores, when you go in there and talk to them, they don't got nowhere to take no cash. They don't have no cash register or nothing like that. You might be able to take them a check or a money order. They might take that. But they ain't taking no cash. And everybody, some people will take a check or a money order. Hardly nobody's taking cash. Hey, Dieta, how you pay your phone bill? How you pay your cell phone? With cash? How you pay your internet, Dieta? I'm giving y'all real. How you pay your internet? How you pay your cell phone? How you pay your car insurance? Who pay their car insurance with cash? How you pay your car note? You don't pay your car note, your car insurance, your phone, your home insurance. Everything you pay with a card. When I go to Whole Foods, I'll be the only one with cash. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know, Deanna. I know. They might take a money order or a check or a card, but hardly nobody takes cash. I'll be the only person, and nobody's got no cash in their pocket. White dudes here don't got no cash. They got that little bitty wallet, and there's one card in there and their license. That's it. They have two cards. They don't got that fat old wallet I got with all that stuff in it, money and all that. White dudes got a little bitty card, little bitty wallet. Some of them got the little steel one. And it ain't nothing in there but maybe 2 credit cards and their license. That's it. They don't got no money. They be like, dude, I don't got no cash on me. Now, also, y'all, and we're going to get back to the conversation, in the black community, nobody want cash because nobody want to get robbed, right? So the other thing with the small businesses, they don't want cash because that cuts down robberies. So a lot of people don't want cash no more. So they can't get robbed. They don't want no money in no, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of small businesses, they going digital to protect themselves from robberies. We don't got no cash. We don't got no cash. Right? So back to the conversation. Shorty couldn't even wear his shirt to school, right? In every kind of way. Now, the brother Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem was talking, right? And they tried to tell him to shut up. They tried to tell Hakeem to shut up. he had to tell dude, I don't work for you. I work for the people. This is when everybody stood up and started clapping. See how you looking at dude? Dude, why are you telling me who you supposed to be? They tried to tell that man to shut up. They tried to tell that man to shut up. The upside, ain't no upside because when you gotta have, ain't no upside, bro, because when you gotta have cash and the electricity go out, you out of there. Then when you try to have cash, they can turn your stuff off. See, if I got $2,000 in my pocket, they can't turn that off, but they can turn my card off. They could turn your cards off. They could turn them off. They could turn your cards off. Let me show y'all something. Who remember in 2022? Who remember in 2022 when Canada froze all the truckers' accounts? Y'all remember that? Y'all remember when the truckers had a protest? Canadian banks have begun freezing the accounts of people linked to the trucker protests in Canada, and the federal government is promising to take more accounts offline in coming days in an attempt to clear demonstrations from the city. Who remember that? Where they was protesting and they closed their bank accounts. They'll turn your money off if you don't do what they tell you. Oh, no. They did in Australia too. Oh, no. That's too much power. They told Brody, shut up. I'm telling you, y'all, they're infringing on our rights. They want to close the museum. They don't want them to have no Black history. They don't want them to have no Black history. In the schools. They don't want, no, they trying to close all the Black history. They defunding all the Black history museums. This is an attack on free speech. You can't have a museum showing Black history. Shut that down. You don't got the right. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't understand. And look what's interesting. This is the Black Museum up there in Washington, D.C. Look at the obelisks. Well, you see? Got the nerve to want to shut the museum down the whole time, stealing our culture. Got our culture there, but don't respect us. We can't tell our history, but you got our history right there in Washington, D.C. That's why you don't want to tell our history. You don't want the children to go to school and see this, because then they'll know where you got this from. This is why. And if Black people don't stand up, they're going to whitewash history and you ain't going to even exist. Florida was one of the first ones to start doing it, which means we got to do more to maintain our history. If they shut us off the internet, we got to go back to writing books. We got to write books, print off a bunch of them, have them hid everywhere so they can't burn them. And we the ones got to keep our history and our information alive. We can't depend on nobody to keep our information alive, because it's an effort to wipe out our information, to prevent equality for people so everybody be people, because they don't want young white Americans to know that all the stuff Black people invented. They want them to think they invented everything and make them feel like they're superior over everybody. They don't want to have a fair, even, equal world where everybody just know, oh, Black people invented that. It ain't no big deal. What's the big deal by letting the world know the stuff we invented? The big deal is you want a line say you made it. That was the only reason, because it wouldn't matter. I don't see where it matters by telling people who invented what. It only matters to some people that's own something negative. You have to be negative for that to matter. What is the damage of Americans knowing the truth on who invented what? It's not no damage unless you lying, and you lying for some reason to benefit. That would be the damage. It destroys whatever you're manipulating to benefit economically or racially or socially. Because other than that, if you lived in a fair world, who cares who made what? What is that going to do because the black person made it? Unless you're trying to push fake white supremacy. And the only reason you would push fake white supremacy is because you must feel inferior. Because I can't see nobody that's not feeling inferior would care. You got, a lot of Europeans got inferiority complex for no reason. It's embarrassing for everybody to find out that they did very little compared to what they said. They don't want everybody to know black people did really all this stuff, including taught them and brought them out of Caucasus Mountains, because according to the Bible, Moses went and delivered, not the Bible, but a legend has it that when Moses took the black people to the promised land, he went and delivered them out of the Caucasus Mountains. Legend had it, they got fire from us. They didn't have fire. Legend has it, history has it, the Greeks came down and stayed in Kemet for years before we even taught them. We made them stay there. We didn't teach them as soon as they came. They had to sit there for a while. Everything the Greeks learned was from us. Then the Greeks went back and the Romans learned what we taught them from the Greeks. We created Europe. Yes, Europe was built off of the knowledge from Kemet, from Egypt. Built Europe. 2 times we built Europe. The first time we did it with the knowledge from Egypt. Then it fell again. Then the Moors went back up there and built toilets and all that. The Moors went and brought it back up twice. Now, the problem with white America, or a lot of whites, is they would use that to suppress other people. See, us as black people, we wouldn't use that to suppress nobody. So a lot of times when you got bad intentions, you want to imagine everybody got bad intentions. And this is where white America and whites in general, they got to get over that. They got to stop thinking that everybody going to put them in slavery, that everybody going to do the stuff they did. And that's that thing in there. Because the whites that control this is old enough to know. You got to understand, Biden and them is older than me. I'm born in the 50s. So they come straight right out of slavery and Jim Crow. Right out of it. And they've been teaching their kids that Jim Crow mentality. You know what I'm saying? She says scary. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, it's scary. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's scary. You know what I'm saying? But for a lot of people that watch me, you got to remember something. Black Wall Street and stuff is not the scariest thing you're going to see. That's not, you know what I'm saying? That's not the scariest thing you're going to see. The scariest thing you're going to see is based on what's going on today. You understand? That's the warning. That's the warning that I don't think a lot of brothers and sisters is paying attention. You understand? That Black history and stuff, that's not the warning. You know what I'm saying? That's not the warning. And a lot of brothers and sisters acting like black history and all that stuff is the warning, but it's not. It's not the warning. It's not the warning at all. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at what's really going on today is the warning to black people in America. What's going on today? The warning is right in front of your face, but you got to look at it for what it really is. Because the warning is right in front of your face. And you say, what's the warning? This the warning. Yeah. This could be your neighborhood. Because they live over there and you live over there. And they could do the same thing to our neighborhood that they did to this. Just shoot the rockets over there where you live at. Just blow that up. Yeah. That's why you segregated. That's why you segregated. You looking at it. This was segregation. You had Israelis over here, Palestinians over there. And what did they do? The segregation gave enough room where you could blow their stuff up. And it ain't by your stuff. Think about it. Everywhere you go, there's a freeway or something, and the blacks over here and the whites over there. It's very easy to blow up the black people's stuff without blowing up the white people's stuff. It's very easy. This was the blueprint. Yeah, but they didn't do Philly like this. Nah, I didn't see them anonymous post that came out on Monday. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? They did it to move, but that was just a couple buildings. This ain't no buildings. This the whole area where you live at. What I'm talking about is the whole Philadelphia where the blacks is at. You understand? Not no block. That was just a block. I watched that when it happened. You know, I watched that on the news, live. You sitting with somebody that watched that live. I watched the whole standoff live. I was watching it live when they dropped the fire on the buildings, when they dropped the explosives on the building. Yeah, I'm a walking history book. I watched that whole thing live. Because, you know, John African and them was comrades. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to go into much of that. Shout out to my brother Bongo from Philadelphia. You know what I'm saying? I had direct comrades. You know what I mean? Because you got to understand, they was dreadlocks. They was some dreadlock back to nature group. So they was locked in with the Rastas and the Kemetic Rastas and stuff. We was locked in already. They was a back to nature group. They wasn't no revolutionary. They was back to nature. They was taking all the stray cats and dogs and cleaning them up and feeding them and keeping them where they was at. So they say, y'all got all these dogs and cats over here, right? But it was the neighborhood's dogs and cats. And they was like, these y'all dogs and cats that y'all let roam out here, these ain't even ours. So they hated on them because they took in all the stray animals and cleaned them up and fed them. They turned around. They got all them dogs and cats like they went and bought dogs and cats. They didn't go buy them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I watched all that. I watched it happen live. Yeah. Yeah, I watched all that live. That was May 13th, 1985. I was in Hawaii. I was watching it in Hawaii. I was in Hawaii when I watched that on a big island somewhere. I think I watched it on TV. I think we had a TV up in the mountains. I know we had a TV up there. We had finally got, and we had an antenna. We couldn't get no reception. And I put a wire on it, and then put a string on it, and put a rock on it, and threw it over a limb way up on the tree. It went over and it pulled the wire up there. Then we got reception like an antenna. It was crazy. Then when we turned the TV on, Miami Vice came on. We didn't know what that was because we didn't watch TV. And it was the episode with the dreadlocks, with the reggae artists. We was tripping. We was like, what the heck? The first time we turned on the TV, it showed a boat, and it was like Miami Vice. We like, what is this? And then it was about some dreadlock brothers. Who remember the episode? Imagine being in the jungles, ain't been watching TV since we left LA, watching karate movies. The only thing I used to watch was karate movies. And so we out in the mountains, we got a TV somewhere. And we had like a power, like we plugged it up to the cigarette lighter in the van. You know what I mean? We plugged it up to the cigarette lighter in the van and turned it on, and it was Miami Vice was a brand new show. It was like the first episode or something. What's the odds of that? And it was about the roster that they put in the frozen. You know how they freeze you to preserve you? It was about that. He was some big reggae star that was dying or something, and they froze him. Something like that. And you see what I'm saying, Goshen? That's unbelievable. We way up in the mountains. We up there where Kilauea. You see Kilauea going off? That's why I live right down from there. I live right down from Kilauea. That's going off right now. That was the next subdivision. I lived in Glenwood. And the next subdivision was Volcano. Yeah, the next subdivision was Volcano. You know what I'm saying? I lived up there. I used to go up there and watch it go off. Matter of fact, I lived on both sides of it. I lived up in the mountains where you go up and see it. Then I lived on the other side where it used to come down. It destroyed all that once I moved. Once I moved, it destroyed that. Because it's right there and it goes down. And I lived up behind it. You know what I'm saying? So the mountains like this the mountain. You go up the mountain, then it's the mountain. We go up here, then it's shooting off over here, but the lava's going this way. So the lava not gonna come our way because the volcano's on a cliff that's go down to the beach. So we're shooting up going this way. So we kind of safe. Because even if the lava run out, unless it just exploded and shoot lava down, it could have killed us or unalived us. But the lava was going down this way. Now, the way the lava was going, I used to live down there. I used to live where it was up here and it's going to come down where I'm at. Some lava move at 80, 120 miles an hour, like mercury. Some lava is thick and it comes slow. But then they got another lava that run like mercury. You ain't going to be able to get away from that. You know what I'm saying? And I used to live up there. We used to go up there and watch it go off. You know what I'm saying? And when I watched it go off, I was like sick for 2 days. That's how powerful it's like looking at God or something. For 2 days, I was throbbing like, my stomach was from looking at that. The brother that lived up there, I called him Jungle. I named him Jungle. He was a Rasta, younger Rasta. He told me, don't stare at it, but it's like hypnotizing. So once you look at it, it's like I said, it's like looking at God. I'm not exaggerating. And for 2 days, I was nauseous from staring at that thing. That's how powerful it is. You know what I'm saying? But when you see stuff like that, I traveled across the country and I seen all the natural disasters. So that's why I'm not really scared of Babylon, because I already see, how Babylon ain't that. You know what I'm saying? They not that. They be gone just like that. They doing too much. But they be gone just like that. This society is weak compared to Mother Nature. Mother Nature is not nothing nice. It's like if you out of tune, you're going to be out of here. You know what I'm saying? You can be out of tune. And that's the main thing wrong with this society. It's mistreating people, but it's mistreating nature too. And that's where they're going to lose at. They mistreating people and they mistreating the environment. This is it going off this week. So you see down low, I live down there. Now you see up high, I lived up this way. I lived up on the high part, but I wasn't that close. I was kind of close, but I was down the mountain. My friend lived right there. We go to his property and we see it right down there over there. So we would go to his property and watch it. And it was going off. I was just staring at it, And like for 2 or 3 days, my stomach was going, my head was going, I don't know what it was. It wasn't like sick. It was like, I don't know, like radiation poisoning or something. I don't know. But it was like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I be telling people, they be like, ain't no hell down in the earth. I be telling people, well, it's something hot down there. There's a hot spot in the earth somewhere. So I ain't going to say it's hell, but it's definitely it's something hot down there. It's a hot spot down there because it's shooting up this stuff all over the world. It's a big hot spot too. It's a big section in this earth full of fire. Now, call it what you want to call it. But don't this look like the chimney from hell? What it look like? Look like a chimney to me, to let some of that fire out from somewhere. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I've seen it. I've seen all that. Matter of fact, both volcanoes went off when I was there. It never happened. As a matter of fact, this went off the day I got there. I wasn't on this island, though. I was on Oahu. But the day I got there, the volcano went off. And it went off every month when I was there. So that's how I got close to the Black Hawaiians, because they was saying all kind of stuff about me. I don't want to get into that. But they were saying stuff about me. They was like, you know, it was like, I ain't going to get into that. So when I got there, it went off. They were discriminating on me at the place I was at, and I went into a trance and I wrote. It was an army green little house structure we was living in, and they was on some racism, wanted us to leave, so we left. But I rode up there and told them something. I was in the trance, told them all that was gonna get destroyed. When I got to L.A., I turned on the news, and the lava had took all that what I told. That whole subdivision that discriminated against me, it got wiped out. I was like this. Because I didn't, I was just writing what something told me to write. It was a green, army green house, and I wrote that stuff in red, gold, and red and gold. Yeah, I was on some crazy stuff as a shorty. I wrote it in red and gold. Y'all trying to do whatever, boom, but all this gonna get taken by the lava. And we left. And I got back in L.A., had two sons, turned on the news, and it took that whole subdivision just like I told them. Took it all. I should do a whole live just about Hawaii. Because I be talking about it in pieces. Because when I was there, both volcanoes went off. Mauna Loa and Kilauea. This Kilauea. And in Mauna Loa, they was both going off. It was crazy. It's like being in outer space or something. Like, these superhero movies, it was like that. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to explain. It was like a movie, like science fiction movie. It's like, I don't know, you've been hearing about God and the devil and all this stuff. It was like that. It was like being in the Bible. Two volcanoes going off. It was a lot going on. You can go to any island, they cool. You can't get to the Forbidden Island, you can go to any island. But the only island you're going to go to and really see Hawaii is the Big Island. If you go to Oahu, you go to Maui, you go to Kauai. But if you want to see Hawaii, you got to go to the island called Hawaii, which is the Big Island. If you don't go to the Big Island, you ain't seeing Hawaii. The only way you could see Hawaii, you got to go to the Big Island. If you go to Maui, if you go to Oahu, you go to Kauai, it's nice. You're going to see like Hawaii, like little Hawaii. But if you want to see Hawaii, if you want to see where the big chiefs was at, if you want to see where the Hawaiians that unalive Captain Cook and cooked them, if you want to see the ones where the warriors was at, right? That they went over there playing with them and got unalived. If you want to see Hawaii, the real Hawaii, you got to go to the Big Island. If you don't go to the Big Island, you ain't seen nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go, bro. Right now, I'm not gonna be able to. I don't know when you trying to go, because I ain't gonna be able to move for a minute. I'm just able to take little small trips. I ain't gonna be able to move until I release the book. And when I release the book, yeah, I'll be going everywhere. But until I get that done, right now, my stuff is all locked up. Yeah, well, I'll let you know when the book come out, like next year or something like that. And yeah, I'll let you know. But I couldn't. If you went to the Big Island, you don't really need nobody to go. You just go to the Big Island and drive around the whole island. That's all. Ain't nobody gonna bother you. They ain't gonna bother you. Did I meet Jeff Ford? Now Jeff Ford and them is older than me. Jeff Ford and them is OGs. Jeff Ford and them is OGs, and Larry and them. So by the time I got like high school age and stuff like that, where I would have met them, they was already in prison. You know what I mean? King David had already, I think, was passed away already. Larry and Jeff was locked up. I mean, Jeff was there for a little while when he started the El Rukins and stuff. Let me see what year Jeff. Let me see when he got arrested. Okay, he was convicted in 1987. He was convicted for misappropriating funds in 72. But I think he was gone in 72 too. Now, I don't know if they locked him up for that. He was convicted for the Libyan thing in 87. I got to think about that. No, he's not free. He was out when he started the El Rukins. Let me see. The El Rukins was Torch Rican and originated Chicago 60s. No, they was the Black Stone Rangers in the 1960s. Okay, the later they transferred the Black Peace Stone Nation then in 1976 until the El Rukin. Right. So in 1976, yeah, he was out. That's the year I graduated. He had started the El Rukins. And then I started growing my dreadlocks and stuff 2 years later and went vegan. And he was still out. They had the fort over there. That's when they would come out. They all had on the Pittsburgh Pirate hats and the whole, you know what I'm saying? If you go over there when they had the game meeting at night and you see thousands of brothers with Pittsburgh Pirate hats on, like Chicago different, like hundreds of them. I ain't gonna say thousands, but hundreds of brethren the night of the meeting or whatever, and they just be all over the place. And so, yeah, he got grabbed. After he got that rocket launcher, and they said he was trying to blow up a police station. So he got grabbed a little bit after that. Like he got grabbed. He probably got grabbed by the time I got to LA. Know what I'm saying? Oh, let me see. They showing me. They say he was convicted for the weapon in 87, but it don't show when he was arrested. Let me see. He was apprehended on September 10, 1986. Okay. So he was arrested when I got back, when I was on my way back to LA. So yeah, he was out. They was moving around. I started growing my dreads in 78. He was out. They were strong. I left and like 81, 81. I left in 80, around 81. I get to LA. I'm in LA, some parts of 81, 82. And I leave LA around 82, almost 83. Because I remember I was trying to get out of America before 1984. Because I'm thinking the book 1984, I'm thinking everything, I'm young, you be panicking. I'm like, I ain't going to be in 1984. It's going to be Mark of the Beast. It's going to be, because I had read the book 1984 high school. So I get to Hawaii in 83. So I'm like in LA at 82. So when I get back, or right before I get back, that's when they had grabbed. So I go back to LA, and then I end up in Chicago 89, 90, 89, 90, and they had grabbed him. He had just been arrested a few years. But when I was here, yeah, he was out there. Because I remember some El Rukins confronted me on the bus after I left the beach. I had my dreadlocks, my military clothes on, and we passed a fort. And I'm in the back of the bus. Look at these brothers. These brothers got all this big army. They ain't doing nothing for the community but fighting each other. And two dudes got up in the front and came back to where I was at, me and my brethren. I got on my military coat, my dreads and stuff. The brothers came back to and say, brother, you talking about our nation? Like that. And I was like, yeah. And they calmed their ass down. I was like, yeah, I'm talking about y'all nation. Y'all brothers got all that stuff over there. Y'all still gang banging with other gangs. Y'all ain't standing up against this European system. We'll whop the band. You like, you right, brother, you right, brother. But shut up. You know what I'm saying? I'll come back here like you. You see the general, you better salute me or shoot me. Bro, you see what it is. Boy, it's all karate shoes and Chinese throwing styles. You know what I'm saying? Nunchucks. Boy, listen. They came back there. I'm on the bus. I think I gotta find out who I was with. I was with another brother. I need to interview some of these brothers so y'all know I ain't lying. I said, man, remember time I was standing on the back of the bus, we went by the fort and I was criticizing the El Rukins and two of them in the front came back there. Brother, you know what I'm saying? But I had the dreadlocks. They were little revolutionaries. I was big Pharaoh, big revolutionary. Yeah, they came back there. You know what I'm saying? I don't be lying. I ain't gonna lie. That ain't no good story if you lie. I don't like no story if you gotta lie. It's whack. A lie. I don't see how that's a good story. You know what I'm saying? I'm just different. I don't think a story no good if you lying. That ain't no good story. Just to be telling a story, I ain't really with that. Just telling a story. You could be telling a true story while you just making up stuff. You know what I'm saying? No, that really happened, but it was like a mistake. You know what I'm saying? That's why nothing didn't go down, because I didn't really say nothing bad. I just said they wasn't standing on nothing. You know what I'm saying? I was talking revolutionary terms. I wasn't saying they was no punks or none of that. I said, look at them brothers, got all them brothers, and they ain't uniting, doing nothing for the community. They just doing gang stuff. And two brothers got up and walked back there and say, we hear you talking about, you back here talking about our nation. I was like, yeah, this Pharaoh right here. This ain't just a pose. This be in my mother's backyard. This is really how I was really going. This is how I was looking. This is who they ran up on. And I was like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's two of y'all. It's two of us. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Bro, you better get out of here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't standing on nothing. Y'all got all them soldiers. What y'all doing? Y'all still beefing with the GDs. I start spinning it off. Y'all still beefing. Blah, blah, da, da. They're like, you right though, brother. I'm like, that's respect, but still. But don't be walking back here with me like that. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm on. Or you see. So they wasn't just that. I got the dreadlocks. They got like hats on. They regular. You know what I'm saying? Look at me. You know, didn't nobody had no lot of dreadlocks back then. They was talking to a real revolutionary. They weren't talking to no bootleg. Take me to your leader. You know what I'm saying? I'm the type of person need to talk to Jeff direct. I don't know why I'm talking to the foot soldiers. Take me to your leader. You know what I'm saying? Like that. You know what I'm saying? The dumb way. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't disrespectful to the brothers. I said, yeah, I said y'all ain't this, and this. Like generals. I wasn't like, y'all ain't nothing. I didn't come to them like that. I said, yeah, and I told them what I was saying. Y'all ain't doing right by the community. Y'all got all them soldiers. Y'all don't own no gas stations. Y'all ain't controlling the stores. Jeff running around terrorizing people to get them to vote for white people. I broke it down because that's what he was doing. Terrorizing people, making them vote because he was getting money from the government and politicians. He was making black people vote for some white dude. And if you don't vote his way, you know, they down at the voting booth terrorizing black people to vote for him and all that. He wasn't really standing on nothing like that. That's why he in prison right now. You know what I'm saying? I was talking to my brethren and they was sitting up there and they jumped in my conversation. I wasn't talking to them. We just drove by the fort and I said, look at this. You know what I'm saying? These brothers got a fort, got all these soldiers ain't standing on nothing. I kept that story. Went to Hawaii, came back, went to the county jail. Still on that. I'm still on that with the GDs, the BDs, the vice lords, the four corner hustlers, the Blackstones. I'm still on that. Y'all got all these brothers, but y'all can't put it together and do nothing for the community. Okay? I'm still on that. They not no benefit to the community. They got all that manpower. I said it in O-Block to the BDs. I said it in Harvey to the Moes. I said it on 103rd to the GDs. Because don't make no mistake, I'm next generation leadership, right? So Jeff and them is leadership, and when they was gone, who was leader? My guys, dudes my age, people I'm around was the next leadership. I ain't gonna say no names, but the next guys took over the GDs, the BDs. That's my group. The chiefs, at the next chiefs, because Jeff like some years older than me, but the next chiefs was like, if I'm 67, the next chiefs is like 70. They like 2 or 3 years older than me. You understand? No, they won't up a thing if I'm trying to tell them now, depending on who I'm talking to and where I'm talking to them at and how I say it. They up the thing. A brother pulled the thing on me because I said the wrong thing, and they was just some shorties. So the ones I was talking to wouldn't be the ones I'll be talking to anyway. I'll be talking to the, you know what I'm saying? If I want to talk to the top, I'm gonna go to a club. I ain't gonna say where it's at. I'm gonna go where they at and talk to them. I ain't gonna talk to the shorties. I'm going to talk to the new leadership or talk to them in the community. So the difference was, G-Rod, when I was talking to him in Harvey, I lived in Harvey. So I was talking to the gang members I knew. When I was talking to him in O-Block, I lived in O-Block. I was talking to the gang members I knew. When I was talking to him on 103rd, my boy was over there. They had a studio and they was recording, so I was there as a guest. When they upped the thing on me, I didn't know them people. I didn't know them shorties. I was with my boy, and my boy stopped and started talking to him. See? And then when we started talking to them, they was cool. They was cool with us saying they need to stop warring and stuff. They upped the thing on me because I said they need to make peace with the other guys up the road they was beefing with. And that's where I shouldn't have said that, because they had killed one of Shorty brother. They had killed his brother. So he didn't up a thing on me because I was telling them to chill. I said the wrong thing. If I would have just said, y'all need to chill and boom, 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 it would have been cool. I said the wrong thing and said, y'all need to make peace with dude and them up there. And he started crying and said, they killed my brother. So I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. So I shouldn't have said that. I should have just kept saying they should chill. I shouldn't have pointed out who they should chill with. That was my mistake. And I didn't know them. We wasn't from over there. We didn't know them. We was just outside and just seen them on the corner. I think we had just came out of the building. They was all outside. And there's OGs like that. When we come out, we see shorties outside. We always be talking to them. My boy, like, what y'all out here doing, man? We out here, man. You know what I'm saying? Looking for these ops. I don't think they said ops. They said something else. You know what I'm saying? And my man's like, man, y'all out here like that. Why? And I was like, yeah, man, y'all need to chill with that, man. Y'all don't want to be going in and out of jail and stuff like that. Y'all need to squash it with them over there. And that's what dudes say, squash it with them, man. They killed my brother. I said, well, calm down, man. I'm sorry to hear about your brother. He was mad. They had killed his brother. Do I think things was better then or now? Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Y'all stop listening to these people. You feel me? Watch this, bro. What year is it? It's 2025, right? Right? It's 2025, right? Watch this. Y'all stop listening to people. Y'all listen to Big Pharaoh. What it say right there? What it say? The year with the most homicides in Chicago was 1974, with 970 homicides. In 1992, it was 920. It was 970 homicides when I was a sophomore. You know what I'm saying? When I was a sophomore, junior, it was 900. It was almost 1,000 homicides. It ain't nothing close to that right now. You feel me? That's why my parents sent me to a Lutheran school. I graduated in 1976. So that's why I tell you I stopped listening to them. Was there any rap music? Was rap music out in 1974? I be telling y'all, stop listening to these brothers. They don't be knowing what they talking about, man. They just be talking. They just be talking, man. Watch this. You don't get this nowhere. Watch this. Watch this. They talking about rap music, right? Right? 1974, right? Right? 1974, 970 murders, right? They say rap music, right? What's the biggest songs in 1974? What's the biggest songs in 1974? Number one, everybody was kung fu fighting. Number two, you're my first, my last, my everything. Look, that's the time I feel like making love. My darling, I can't get enough of your love, baby. 970 murders. Fire. Doom, doom, doom. Look at the sound. This is where almost 1,000 murders. Where the rap at? Where's the rap? Where's the drill? Where's the music that caused the violence? None of these brothers won't smoke with me and sit on no forum with me and have no conversations with me, period. Then they're gonna start flipping. Oh, where was the drugs? All right, bro. Make up your mind. You said it was the music. You said it was the music. It's 970 murders in 1974. Murders, right? 1974, right? What does it say right here? Hold on. 970 murders in 1974. How many murders in 2024? 573. 573. 400 less murders. 400 less murders last year with the drill music. Stop listening to these dudes. They just be talking, okay? They just be talking. It was almost double this amount of murders in 1974. These dudes don't be knowing what they be talking about. That's why I be telling y'all that. People be trying to argue with me and stuff instead of listening to somebody really know. I'm telling you, listen. Wasn't no rap music. 970 murders, no rap music. Drill music, 524. Now, come on. If you're going to tell something, you go knowledge. Do I know Mary Kay that owned the record store on the South Side? I know the name of the record store, but I didn't know who owned it. What's the name of the record store? See what I'm trying to tell y'all? Where dudes just be talking, y'all. They just be talking. You know, they need to shut up. You know what I'm saying? They just be talking. because they thinking they saying something. You know what I mean? They don't know what the hell they talking about. It was up in Chicago when I was in high school. What are you talking about? It was all the way up. Smaller population too. Almost 1,000 murders. The next big number was 1970 something, like 78. You know what I'm saying? The Chiefs don't run nothing. You know what I'm saying? The Chiefs don't run nothing, G-Rock. The Chiefs don't run nothing. That's why that's why G-Rock, they shouldn't be speaking on street politics because they don't know what they're talking about. Okay, let's look at it like this, G-Rock. Let's say I live in Inglewood. Let's say I'm a GD in Inglewood. We all GDs. But I'm the dude bringing in the dope over here. So everybody getting their ounces, their quarter keys, their keys from me. Okay, they all under me. Chief can't come over here and say shit. Because Chief they ain't buying it from Chief. If Chief come over here and press me, they'll pop him. In 2025. In 2025, Chief can't tell me shit. Larry can't get out and tell nobody nothing. Neither can Jeff. Can't tell nobody nothing. You under whoever you get money with. Whoever you get money with, that's who you under. Period. Now, if you Chief and you get out and you trying to tax me, yeah, I'm going to pay the taxes all right. Yeah, I'm going to pay them. Come back Thursday. And you're going to end up where some of the other Chiefs is at. Listen, my ex was working in the hospital when Willie Lloyd got aired out. She took care of Willie Lloyd. What happened to him? He got aired out. Why? Cause. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm the realest. Willie Lloyd. My queen took care of him. They can't tell nobody nothing. I'm the boss if you getting work from. You follow who feeding you. You follow who feeding you. You following where you grow up at. You following who got money in your pocket. Okay, y'all got bands, y'all got thousands. Because if it's me, the dudes right under me, they got thousands. Then the dudes under them got hundreds. Then the dudes under them is struggling to get up there. But the dudes right under me, they got money. They go from me to them, to they shorties, from they shorties to they shorties. It break down. Kilos breaks down into ounces, breaks down into quarter ounces, breaks down into bags. And the dudes with the bags is the ones at the bottom. Everybody else getting money. Everybody else getting money. These the ones at the bottom struggling, but they get money too. They able to go get their little food and stuff. They able to eat. They able to buy their baby clothes and stuff. They getting the minimum wage. They getting the money you will get. They getting more money than you can get at McDonald's. The bottom feeders is making more than you making at your job. The bottom feeders is making more than you making at your job. Facts. The dudes outside selling dimes of weed and shit, they living better than you. They getting more money than you. Unless you got a really good job. But the basic job, you ain't getting, the bottom feeders making more than you. Why you? If I'm at the top, where am I getting all this money from? It's coming from the bottom. So that's a lot of money, ain't it? So you got to understand the top, where do the top money come from? The bottom, that's how much they spending. And everybody making their profits. Everybody getting it, chopping it down to the next, chopping it down to the next, and everybody getting paid. Just like if you got a store and then you order a bunch of M&Ms, then you sell the M&Ms and you make money. And then when you go buy some more M&Ms, the distribution company that you get the M&Ms make money, and then the distribution company you get it from, or the candy place that got all the candy, they go back and give money back to M&M. M&M send them loads, and Starburst send them some. They got all the different candy that they getting straight from the manufacturer. Then they selling it to all the stores. Then the stores selling it to the people, and everybody making money. And then the money go all the way back up to the top, all the way back down. Everybody make money. Everybody make money. That's why it's called wholesale. Wholesale, 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 retail. Well, a lot of people don't know, G-Rod, it's not just one wholesale. It's like 3 wholesales. There's 3 different wholesales. Because wholesale is based on how much you buy. So if I buy a whole pallet of M&Ms, I'm getting them super cheap. Then if you come by boxes, you getting them cheap, and then you selling bags. So everybody winning. Everybody's winning. That's how it works. But as far as coming and telling somebody something, no, it don't go like that. Let's take a break and we'll finish the conversation. That's why I'm the realest alive. Because we're going to finish the conversation. I'm supposed to be doing another conversation, but I'll push it back. All right, we're going to finish this conversation because y'all need to know this stuff. YouTube, I don't think they like me telling y'all stuff, but I think it's informative. To me, I think it's informative. You know what I'm saying? Seriously. See, when I lived in O-Block, right, if I had a problem, if the BDs was giving me a problem or giving my children a problem, I had to go talk to my man who was high ranking because his auntie was high ranking because she was married into the top, which made him already high ranking. Then he would have to go talk to O. O controlled everything, right? Right? So he would have to go talk to O. Okay? Right? So if I had a problem, I had to talk to my man, and my man had to go talk to O. You feel me? And then O go tell everybody over there, hey, leave dude alone. Dude came to me and said, leave dude alone. They so-and-so, my man's man, like that. So they tell him, you know what I'm saying? They'll tell my man, they'll be like, they'll tell, will go tell them, my man's man, y'all leave Shorty alone. You know the Shorty so-and-so, leave him alone. He ain't really got to explain it to him. He just going to tell them, leave him alone. You got to go through protocol. Because O is the one dealing with them directly. You feel me? OD was the one dealing with them directly. You know what I'm saying? Now, I didn't know OD, but I seen him. I knew him, but I didn't know him personally. I just knew him because he always outside the crib with the shorties. If he was still alive and he'd see me and I showed him a picture of me young, and he'd be like, dude, he like, yeah, that's bro used to live right there at 6420. That's what he'll tell you. Because everybody know you, everybody see you. So even if you don't know them personally, oh, they know you. So if you showed up, if you said, man, dude, he'd be like, oh yeah, that's the twins' daddy. That's what he gonna say. That's what he gonna call me. He gonna associate me with the children. It's really like community for real. It's not like bootleg. It's really community stuff. So he's gonna be like, that's the twins' daddy. They the two girls. They're gonna be the most popular. Or he might say that's Michi's stepdaddy. He might say that. He might say Michi, because he the oldest. So he might say that's Michi. That's Michi daddy, like that. Because they're not gonna identify you directly because you older. Everybody is categorized with their children. You categorize as a family. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works, G-Rock. You know what I'm saying? So if I wanted anything done, I had to talk to big folks. Big folks would go talk to OD. Rest in peace to OD. You know what I'm saying? This the store that we used to go to. You know what I'm saying? I remember him running around. He was younger before he got unalive. This the one who ran it. What they say, called it. He called it over there. So if they got a disturbance, you see the dread, you see the hair? If they got a disturbance, he the one monitor the fight. So if two shorties got something, he the one gonna call them over there. They gonna get around right outside my window, or one of the other spots. A lot of times right outside my bedroom window, and they fight. And when they start fighting, you start grabbing. He break it up. No grabbing, no grabbing. You can't do no rest, no grab. Got to be all hands up. Can't be no girly stuff. Can't be no slamming, and you can't hurt the other dude because y'all all BD. So y'all all BD. So you got to fight. And once the fight goes so far, they break it up. Once it look like somebody really losing, they break it up, and then y'all got to hug. Y'all got to hug, and y'all got to be cool. You cannot have no animosity in no gang in Chicago. It's over with. Period. You cannot walk around with no chip on your shoulder or none of that. That's a fact. This ain't L.A. You know what I'm saying? This Chicago, it's over. And y'all got to get back on code. Y'all got to shake it up and keep going on like nothing happened. Ain't nobody going to tease you or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody going to tease you. Y'all took care of that. All right, y'all got that out your system. All right, back to business. Get this money. You know what I'm saying? Have some fun, do what we do. You know what I'm saying? Why they backdooring? Because this is a new generation now. But they backdooring when you get with somebody you don't know like that. They not just backdooring everybody like that. The backdooring is rappers messing with other rappers. They ain't necessarily growing up like that. So the backdooring is like you from O-Block, you a BD, you doing a song with dude, he a BD, but he ain't necessarily from right here. So the backdooring, you know what I'm saying? See, what I'm showing you was in what I'm showing you was from 19, 98 on through. I'm showing you 98 to like 2008. Now from 2009 and on, it's a different system. You understand? So G-Rock, I'm showing you history. This how it was from 98 to 2008. Like that. It ain't like that no more. See, this stuff keep changing. So like in 98 to 2008, 98 wasn't nothing like 88. 88 to 98, totally different. 98 to 2008 is totally different. All that change. Because you have a new group of babies coming in, and then they flip the script. So it ain't the same in O Block now like it was then. They beefing right in O Block. This building's down here and this building is different. But it's still typically almost the same, but it's a little different. Right? So the back doors, all that, because dudes still sleeping with dudes, women, and breaking all kind of codes. And like I told you, ain't no chiefs, so ain't no rules. So every time a younger person take over, they ain't standing on the rules when dude was, OD gone. So it ain't going by OD rules no more. They just named it after him, O Block. You know what I'm saying? So it changed, you know what I'm saying? So if I moved there right now, I would have to find out what's the new politics. I couldn't move there and act like same in LA. I couldn't move to LA and think the Crips and Bloods is like 1980 Crips and Bloods. No, them ain't 1980 Crips and Bloods. Them 2025 Crips and Bloods. Ain't no telling how they functioning. It go back to what I'm saying. But Chief don't call nothing. Because how could Chief call something when they backdoor doing all kind of stuff? So this is what started the conversation. We're talking about Chief. So what you saying, prove what I'm saying, G-Rock. Mine ain't no Chief stuff. Then we got renegades now, G-Rock. Because when they tore all these projects down, people had to move in different areas. So now you got renegades. So now we got gangs with multiple gang members from different gangs, but they all live on 79th, or they all live over here. You got renegade GDs that they GDs if they gotta be, but they ain't honoring basic GDs. Oh no. No, because you only follow who you get money with. That's it. Who you get money with, call it. You can't come over here telling us nothing. You ain't getting no money with you. You understand? See, if I'm a four-corner hustler and I'm big four, I can't do nothing. So people say, well, Pharaoh, if you the big four for the four-corner hustlers, I can't do nothing. Why? Because I'm the one the Fed's watching. As soon as I do something, I'm going to get a RICO. So leadership got to stay out the way. Because the police is watching the shorties, but the feds is watching the leadership. So if you go and try to be leadership, you're going to prison. You see what I'm saying? I got to go to prison if I want to make some structure. Who want to do that? So a lot of people don't understand you, right? If I want to make structure, if I get in a gang, I want structure. You know I got to fuck people up. You know that, right? These is hard-headed dudes that don't go to school, don't listen to nobody. So how you think I got to get structure? I got to get structure through violence and the gun. You can't talk no structure into these shawties. So guess what I got to be willing to do to get some structure? That's why people don't understand how this go. Guess what you got to do to get some structure? When I was in the county jail and you was shorty, I tell you to know your literature in 7 days. Guess what's going to happen to you if you don't know it? We might give you a pass the first time and give you 3 more days. But if you don't know that shit in 3 more days, guess what we gonna do to you? This not your mama. The gangs is just like your mama and daddy. When you don't do what mom and dad tell you, they spank you, right? Mom and dad tell you wash your ass so you don't be stinking. That's what the gangs do. Mom and dad tell you stop fighting your sister and brother. And the gang, that's your sister and brother. That's what the gangs do. Mom and daddy ask you, did you do your homework? Did you do your chores? Okay, same thing. Basically. So who want to be bothered with that? Who want to be the leader of that? So even if I went to a gang and I'm trying to fix them to better the community, I got to do crimes to do that. And the Fed's going to lock me up. Immediately. Why you think I tell people I'm a four-corner hustler and the Feds don't come get me? Because they know I ain't active. They know I ain't going around no foes. I ain't messing with them. I'm just telling you what I am. I'm not active. I don't go around them. I might as well go turn myself into jail. If I take pictures around them, if they get me, I'm going to jail. Period. Mob action. If I go around them, I'm going to prison. If they go to prison, I'm going to. They're arresting everybody, even the ones ain't hardly doing nothing, because the ones ain't hardly doing nothing, the ones go snitch. They need snitches. So they're grabbing everybody. They're like, we grabbed you, Pharaoh, just tell on him you can go home. We know you ain't doing nothing, but we're going to lock you up if you don't tell. It's a dirty game. So you got to stay away from them so they can't go to court and say, Pharaoh ain't around nobody. Pharaoh ain't got nobody in the phone. Pharaoh is not an active gang member. Period. I don't be talking to no foes. I ain't talked to no foes. Says, whew. When my boy and them got swept up and went to prison. And even then, I was telling them they stupid. Anyway, if you did get me on, you know what I'm saying? They did go to court with him and see me pick him up and take him to the bus station and all that so he could leave town. But I wasn't involved in selling none of the cigarettes, or I wasn't involved in none of their crime. Matter of fact, they wouldn't even take me around cheap. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't take me. He wouldn't take me around chief. He said, Pharaoh, shut up. You talk too much, because he know I'm going to go around chief and say, man, y'all need to stop doing all this negative stuff and blah, blah. So he would never take me. He would never take me because I'm going to tell chief the same way I'm telling y'all. Man, why is you doing all this? Why y'all don't go legal? Da, da, da. That's what I'm going to say. I don't give a damn me, chief. I'm going to tell chief, you got all these soldiers. Why y'all don't go legal? Well, to me, which is a good question. So he'd be like, man, I got to go see dude, man. Dude hit me up. I said, take me with you. Like, no, Pharaoh. Pharaoh, you going to be talking too much. You can't say all that, Joe. He don't want to hear all that. That's what you tell me. You know what I'm saying? They'll say, Pharaoh, you don't want to hear all that. They don't want to hear no positive stuff. I figured gangs could switch and be positive. I just looked at it as manpower. I'm like, okay, y'all call yourself a gang, but y'all got all this manpower. Let's get some money. We could get some legal money with all this manpower. We could get some laundromats. and make all the gang relatives and stuff go to our laundromat. Make all them go to our store. We could do, why we got to do illegal stuff? Nobody wanted to hear it. I felt like they could go legal. What they doing illegal for? If you got manpower, manpower is manpower. Use the manpower. Ain't none of that union stuff now, G-Rock, because they ain't got no morals at all. So if I'm a little young gang member, he a young gang member, he gonna still sleep with my baby mama. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He gonna sleep with my baby mama. We gonna be beefing over that. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no honor and stuff like that. They gonna sleep with their boy baby mama. He gonna find out like that. You understand? You can't build no organization with a bunch of young people that ain't got no morals. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got none of that no more. So even though me and him gang members, we done did all kind of crimes together, he gonna go sleep with my baby mama though. And might sleep with her and come back and be like, she with me now, get over it, man. Like that. My son, mama. You done been all up in my house with me and my son and her. And you sleeping with her? All these women out here? Like that. Just because you're in a gang, a guy still hates you. Man, let me tell you something, G-Rock. Hate is individual. You can have a business, you can have a band, you can have a rap group, you can have a gang. Hate is still hate, and it's still gonna be a dude right there hate you. Why all the R&B groups broke up? Because they all hated each other. What's the R&B group got the two brothers? Hold on. The Whispers. Hold on. Man, I'm keeping it real. Nobody gonna keep it real like this. I'm gonna keep it real. Let me show y'all something. You know why the Whispers broke up? Them dudes hated each other. The twin brothers. The twin brothers and the Whispers hated each other. Did y'all know that? You understand? How you gonna keep a gang together? The twin brothers and the Whispers, these two hated each other. Hated each other. Broke the group up. Broke the group up. All our R&B groups hated each other. all of them hated each other. The black man don't know how to put his feelings to the side for the point of business. You know what I'm saying? Other people could kind of put it to the side for the business. We ain't got to that point yet. You know what I mean? I don't know, Jupiter. They did. They hated each other. They broke the group up. All them groups broke. Destiny Child did not like each other. I can go on and on. All them groups. And if they don't hate each other, they hate the producer or they hate the record label. They hate somebody. You could take a young brothers and be a record label, put money into them, spend money in them, and they'll hate you. They'll find they'll find a reason not to like you. Something. They're gonna find something wrong with you. And you sinking your own personal money into them more than they spending into themselves, and they'll dislike you. But really, Jermaine was the first one wanted to leave, so Michael had to leave. Jermaine was the one dealing with Berry Gordy's daughter and wanted to leave. It wasn't Michael. It was Jermaine. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't Michael. It was Jermaine that was sleeping with Berry Gordy's daughter and wanted to go solo. I think he dropped the first solo album. I got it. I think the first solo album was Jermaine. I got that album. Michael disappeared for a long time. Michael like disappeared and then came back. He didn't leave right from the Jackson 5 it came out. It was a little while before he came out. Jermaine, the one left, it came right out. They tried to put it on Michael. They had to leave Motown because Berry Gordy had lost it in the dice game, allegedly. So the mob was controlling it. So nobody wasn't getting paid right. So they wanted to leave, but Jermaine was sleeping with the boss's wife. I mean, his daughter. Married to, so he stayed. Hold on. I don't nobody think I'm just talking. I ain't standing up. I might gotta stand up. I ain't feel like standing up to get this. I have to show. Think of this album right here. $1978. I think this was the first one. How can we be castles in the sand? Remember that? You know me very well. That was a big hit, Castles in the Sand. Why do we build a castle of sand? Remember that? You know what I'm saying? That was like the big record. Castles of Sand. Yeah. I remember that song. This album right here. Because he was with Berry Gordy's daughter, so he stayed on Motown. Everybody else wanted to get off Motown. Now, Michael went and started dealing with Quincy Jones. He don't say nothing about that. Michael went and started dealing with Diana Ross and Quincy and got his stuff popping somewhere else. Jermaine stayed over there at Motown. So they didn't just break up. It was all about Motown. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. But anyway, we covered enough. They was jealous of Mike. Not really. They wasn't jealous of Michael. None of them was in competition, to be honest with you. They just put that out there. They was jealous of Michael, but none of them was in competition. The Jackson 5, the reason they were so big, because they was different ages. So they had all the different ladies. Michael did not have Jermaine's fan base, period. Michael is my group, 1958. He had all the kindergartners and all of us. Each one had a group of fans based on their age. Tito had fans. Marlon had fans. The two that had the most fans was Michael and Jermaine. Jermaine had the older women. They didn't like Michael. You know what I'm saying? Jermaine's fans didn't like Michael. Jermaine had the high school and college girls and grown women. Michael had the kids. So they wasn't even in it. That's why they were so big. The reason that Jackson 5 was so big, because all the ladies liked one of them. Everybody liked the one that they was their age. So when Michael came out, and me and Michael in the second grade, fourth graders didn't like Michael. Fourth graders liked Marlon. That's why they were so big. Jermaine married Randy's wife. I thought it was the other two. I thought it was the brother that wasn't in the group yet, the baby brother that married one of their life. I don't think it was Jermaine and Randy. But that was way later. That wasn't when they broke up. I think that was Jermaine did marry Jermaine when he was older, but that was way later. I think that was Jermaine, but that was way later. That was way later. Yeah, Jermaine married Randy, but that was 1995. That was like, that ain't got nothing to do with back when that was way, 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 way later. Yeah, that was way later. Jermaine left the Jackson 5 in 1975 to start a solo career and stay with Motown. while his brothers moved to Epic Records. He chose to remain loyal to Motown, partly due to his marriage to Hazel Gordy, daughter of Motown founder Berry Gordy. So, just like I told y'all, it was about he was married to the man's daughter. The Jacksons wanted to leave, but he was already married to Barry's daughter. That's the only reason they split up. Because he was married. Because you got to understand that the main thing split them up was their age difference. You understand? Michael, you still a kid. I'm a grown man. I'm in love already. I'm getting married. I'm not going to be able to hang with my little brother no more. We in two different lifestyles. I'm married and got a wife. I happen to marry the wife at the record label. I'm married into the label, basically. And I'm gray grown. So I got to do something different. I don't want to be in the kid group no more. I'm grown Jermaine Jackson. So it's basically the age difference that split them up. That's all. They had grew out of that. Jermaine didn't want to be on stage still doing that act. He was grown. He wanted to have a solo career. It was a good move for Jermaine because the Jackson 5, that was over. How long y'all think that was going to last? Nobody wanted to see the Jackson 5 no more. They had pushed that as far as they could push it. You know what I'm saying? How was the impact of Michael Jordan at the time? The impact of Michael Jordan really wasn't big like everybody think. Because when Michael Jordan was on the Bulls, that was old school sports. That wasn't like the LeBron era. So in Chicago, we wasn't no Michael Jordan fans. We was the Bulls. It was the Bulls. It wasn't like this weirdo stuff now where it's LeBron James. We wasn't on that. It was the Chicago Bulls. Michael Jordan is second. Michael Jordan ain't bigger than the program. We ain't wearing no clothes say Jordan. We wearing Bulls. We not wearing no clothes say Jordan. We wearing Chicago Bulls. We buying Jordans because it match our Chicago Bulls. It's the Bulls. In Chicago, it's the Bulls, the Cubs, the White Sox, the Blackhawks, like that. The Bears. We wasn't doing individual, no. In my generation, we wasn't doing individual, no, hell no. We wasn't doing that weirdo stuff they doing now. No, we wasn't doing that. Yeah, we wasn't doing that. Uber. We wasn't doing that weirdo stuff. We was doing the Bulls. You know what I'm saying? We doing the Bulls. We not doing Jordan. The only reason we like Jordan, because he on the Bulls. You know what I'm saying? Oh my soul, anybody tell you that. That's the only reason we like Jordan. Yeah, the only reason we like Jordan because he on the Bulls. Yeah, I don't know about this new stuff. This is new stuff. We wasn't doing like they doing with LeBron. If Michael Jordan wasn't on the Bulls, we wouldn't have cheered for his ass. Yo, these facts. What it say? What it say? Do my hat and my clothes say Jordan? What my clothes say? What my clothes say? I'll show you real pictures. Well, I was really with it. What my clothes say? What my hat say? My dog got a red collar on. Okay. I got on Jordans because they match this outfit. Yeah, I got on the red and black Jordans because he played for the Bulls. You know what I'm saying? What my outfit? What my hat say? The Bulls. I just be wanting to show y'all I don't be lying. I never lie to y'all. I always will tell y'all the truth, even though you Uber hate me. I don't know why I'm not getting no cash apps and no support to the channel when I'm the realest one alive. What my shirt say? Do my shirt say Jordan? My shirt don't say no Jordan. I wouldn't have never bought no Jordan shirt. Man, I wouldn't have bought no Jordan shirt. I wouldn't have never bought no Jordan nothing. On my soul. I wouldn't have bought no Jordan. I wouldn't have bought no Jordan shirt. Hell no. Ain't no such thing as Chicago Jordan. It's Chicago. It's the Chicago Bulls. We represent Chicago. Michael Jordan represents Chicago. He played for the Chicago Bulls. You know what I'm saying? We don't get it twisted. I'm repping my city. I'm not repping dude. Dude ain't from Chicago. Michael Jordan not from Chicago. Michael Jordan is not bigger in Chicago than Derrick Rose. Listen, Michael Jordan ain't as bigger in Chicago than Derrick Rose. Because Derrick Rose from Chicago. My son and my stepson went to Simeon, went to school with Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose won the championship when my children went to school. Yeah. My stepson, I kept telling him, get some shoes from Derrick. He hard-headed. Him and Derrick was like this. I said, bro, get a pair of shoes. He didn't get them. My son was a year younger. He wasn't in Derrick's class, but my stepson is a year older. Because I had my stepson was a sophomore, and my son and one of the twins was juniors. So I had three people at Simeon. Well, my stepson was in Derrick's class. My son wasn't around him, but my stepson was around him, and Derrick was like that. He never got the shoes, man. Bro, why you ain't get the shoes? You know what I'm saying? I don't like the LeBron stuff. I don't like that. I don't like the LeBron. I like sports. Rep your team. Lakers. Now I know LeBron. LeBron from Ohio. Y'all from LA. It's the Lakers. How y'all gonna put a dude from Ohio over the Lakers that play for the Lakers? Make it make some sense. The only time I had a team over the Bulls was the Lakers. The Lakers, the only team I had over the Bulls. Why? Because I was living in LA. When I was living in LA, it was the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? When I was living in LA, it was the Lakers. Except when they played the Bulls, I still went with the Bulls. But the Lakers had a better team. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I ain't never worshiped no player. That's these new feminine men that love a man like that. I don't like no man. The only way you gonna get some props from me, a man, is if you by yourself, like a boxer. But if you play on a team, then it's the team. I ain't never finna be no fanboy off of no one person off no team. I would have never been no Kobe fan, no Jordan fan, or none of that. That's pause. That's these new feminine dudes. I like women. I don't like Kobe. I don't like Michael. I like pussy. And they ain't got one. On my soul. You need to have some pussy and some titties over here. You ain't got no titties, no pussy. No, I'm not cheering for you. But if you got some titties and some pussy, go shorty. It's your birthday. Go shorty. No, I ain't cheering for no dude. Hell no. You know what I'm saying? I ain't cheering for no dudes. Under no circumstance, unless you're a boxer. I got to cheer for you because you a solo. That's a solo act. All right, go ahead. Tank all day. But on a team, you know what I'm saying? That's why the black man now ain't no team player because he on some solo mentality. He don't got the team consciousness. You got to be a team player and you got to rep your city. So we live in a time now where you live in bumfuck Egypt and you cheering for Kobe and you don't even live in L.A. But you live in L.A., you supposed to be cheering for the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? How you cheering for one dude and not the team? You know, I'm up there, man, in the Bay Area. I'm cheering for the Warriors. I'm not cheering for no Steph Curry. It's Warriors, boy. It's Warriors. Well, all that gone now. These new young black men, they love dudes. They love dudes. They love rappers and they love athletes. It's feminine as hell. That's too feminine for me. I ain't finna be no Michael Jordan fan. Soon as Jordan left Chicago, it was to hell with him. You know what I mean? It was no more Michael Jordan. Once he wasn't no bull, boo. You know what I'm saying? When he came to Chicago with another team, it was boo. Boo. On myself. I never cheered for him. Once he left, bye. Once you ain't on the Bulls, bye. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you stay on the Bulls and you retire on the Bulls, all right, cool. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just don't do that. I'm a sports fan. I'm from the real sports era. And sports, you know what I'm saying? I'm from the real sports era where we really took sports serious and we was team players. That's why in Chicago, the Cubs lost for 100 years and still was packed until they won. Because Chicago, we don't stop going. Win, lose, or draw, we going to see the Cubs. We going to see the Bulls. We going to see the Blackhawks, period. That's why Chicago's the number one sports city in the country. Because we the only city where you can lose and still sell out. Other cities, you lose too much, they stop coming. Chicago, we there. Tell me I'm lying. The Cubs didn't win for 100 years. Stay packed. Go to Wrigley Field. Packed. Every game. Packed. Go see the Blackhawks. Packed. Every game. Go see the Bulls. Packed. You ain't gonna never see a whole bunch of empty seats like some of these other cities. It's packed. We the number one sports fans in the country. Chicago. We the number one sports fans. We the best sports fans in the country. Other cities, they might just like their football team. Or they might just like their baseball team. We mess with all ours. We represent all of them. Period. Now, you do got some people like the Sox or some people like the Cubs. But it's a big city, so they both getting it. Of course, the Cubs is the favorite. because the Cubs got more black fans, because the Cubs had black players back in the 60s when there was only a few black players. So that's why the Cubs were so big, because they had Billy Williams, they had Fergie Jenkins, they had Ernie Banks, they had superstar black players. So all the black people, you know, that back then, we was really watch teams that had black players. And the White Sox didn't have all them black players. They started getting them when they started getting Frank Thomas and all that. But the Cubs had all the black players. So, you know, a little black boy, you know, you could kind of relate to the black player. But even though we related to the black players, we never worshiped the players. It was always the Cubs. Walter Payton was the guy, but it was always the Bears. It was never no Walter Payton. And then Walter Payton wasn't the man. Gale Sayers was the man. Then Walter Payton. See, that's what I'm saying. We was on some team stuff. So you don't know nothing about Gale Sayers. Gale Sayers been that. See what I'm saying? So when Walter came, yeah, he was cool, but we already had Gale Sayers. He don't pass Gale Sayers. You got Gale Sayers, then you got Walter Payton. In that order. We're not putting Walter Payton over Gale Sayers because Gale Sayers came first. And the one that came first is your first role models. Right? So now when Walter Payton comes, he coming behind Gale Sayers. Gale Sayers paved the way for your black ass. He the black man that got into the sport to pave the way for you. You know what I'm saying? The fridge, we mess with the fridge, but I mean, not like that. It was the Bears. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We didn't mess with individuals. We didn't care nothing about the fridge. Or none of them. Walter Payton. We didn't care nothing about Walter the fridge. None of it's the Bears. The Bears. We don't care nothing about the individuals. In Chicago, we do team sports. We don't do individual. Well, the new generation do individual. That's why you can't get no businesses. That's why you can't got no rap groups. That's why you ain't got no R&B groups, because you too individualized. That individual stuff is for losers. You can't go nowhere by that. No man is an island. So that individual worship is no good. Know what I'm saying? Gotta be a team. If I get with you and we hustling, or I get with you, we start a business, ain't no big eyes, little U's. That's what we say in Chicago. Can't be no big eyes, little U's, because that's going to destroy our business. If I do business with you, then we all the same. And then we all got different jobs, and no job is bigger than the other one. If you the CEO and you're responsible for shipping, the CEO is not bigger than the person doing the shipping and packaging, than the person that's on the phone making the deals happen. We're not doing that like that. Everybody just got a job. And if everybody don't do their job, the company falls. We a company. So when you're a company, we need a leader. We need a CEO. But we picking a CEO for the group. We're not picking a CEO to be like this. We picking a CEO to raise the whole group. So even though you're the CEO, and our man as businessman, you're just another part of it, just because we need that position. Just like if you got a football team, somebody got to be the quarterback. That don't mean he the leader, he the quarterback. He gonna call an offense, but it ain't no good if the running back ain't good. Ain't no good if the receiver ain't no good. Ain't no good if the defense ain't no good. You ain't gonna never get the ball. So everybody, in order for the quarterback to be a good quarterback, everybody got to do what they got to do. You got to block. You got to protect them. That's just as important. If you don't protect the quarterback, you ain't got no quarterback. But now they trying to take the quarterback, LeBron. That's how they ruined the NBA with LeBron. They ruined the NBA. Team LeBron versus Team Durant. What a disrespect. Instead of the East versus the West. Team LeBron. Imagine you one of the other players. Who in the hell want to play on Team LeBron? Yeah, if I'm on the West, I'll play on the West. I'll play on the East. I don't want to play for no Team Durant because I'm trying to do Durant when I meet him. Now I'm saying how I'm on Team Durant today and playing against him tomorrow. That's this new shit. That was so disrespectful. That was the most disrespectful thing in sports up to today. To name one person, the team, instead of East versus West. That just show you where this new generation is going. That's the most disrespectful thing ever happened in sports. To take a bunch of men that's trying to win on their team and take a dude from a team I compete with and say, I'm on his team. I'm not on this nigga team. I'm trying to beat him in the playoffs. Just think about that. I'm Steph Curry. You talking about I'm on Team LeBron. I ain't on no fucking Team LeBron. I'm Steph Curry. I'm trying to beat LeBron. I'm on the West. Call it the West. Call it the West. That's the new generation. That's why the black man now, the young black man, unless he change, he ain't gonna go nowhere. If the young black man keep that, he ain't gonna be able to compete with the Asians. He ain't gonna be able to compete with the Mexicans or the Chinese or the whites. He ain't gonna be the black man with that type of mentality. He ain't gonna be able to compete. He ain't gonna be able to compete with the Indians from India. He ain't gonna be able to compete with the Asians, the Chinese. He ain't gonna be able to compete with the Mexicans or the whites. If the black man keep that individual mentality, he ain't gonna be able to compete. He ain't gonna be able to beat nobody to stick together. He ain't gonna be able to compete. The black man is not gonna be able to compete until he get it together and become a team player. Until the black man understand that number 2, 3, 4, 5 is very important to play their role. Yeah, you got a number 1, but number 2, 3, 4, 5 gotta play their role. So let's say I'm starting a business and they looking for a CEO. But let's say me and another dude, and I feel like he's a good CEO and I'm just a little bit better CEO, right? I feel like I'm a little bit better, but we starting a business. So they make him the CEO. Now, if they make him the CEO and I'm second in charge, it's a benefit that I'm good because now I could keep the CEO. It's good to have a strong second man. So if I'm a little bit stronger, that don't hurt the business because I'm going to be a second strong working with the number 1 for us to win. Because it's better to have a number 2 that's a little bit stronger than a number 1 than a number 2 that's weak. A number 2 that's weak is going to be too much of a gap. But if I'm right here and he right there and you put me right there, I'm going to be like this. We finna ball out. I'm going to be the best number 2. Period. I'm cool with that. We finna get it. Yeah, we finna get it. We can't lose now. I'm number 2. Oh, we can't lose. Because basically now we got 2 number 1s. Number 1 and number 2 is 2 number 1s. We can't lose. That's how I'm going to be looking at it. With dude and me, that's 2 number 1s. Now, what if all of us qualified to be number 1s? What are we going to do? We're going to blow. You might be number 5, but you need to be qualified to be number 1. Now, the number 5 position is strong. It ain't no weaknesses. All us is like number 1s. Yeah. Which if all of us is number 1s, then our company going to be what? Number 1. Why were we arguing about who in what position? We trying to win as a company. We're not trying to win individuals. Man, I don't care nothing about no individuals. We trying to win. It's a company out there. Let's win then. Play your role. Play a role. You don't gotta be number one. We want the company to be number one. This is black people. We don't want to be number one. We want black people to be number one. Yeah. We want black, if we want America, we want black Americans to come up, not no particular one. Feel me? I don't care what position I got. I don't care nothing about that. We trying to do what we trying to do, man. We ain't finna argue over no positions. Whereas white dudes, they'll get together, 5 of them. They want to start a company. They'll be like, who should be the CEO? They'll be like, Joey. They all agree, Joey. They humble like that. They all say, Joey. Joey could do better than me. They all say, Joey. And then they'll make Joey the boss. And then them folk, they'll do a startup. And they'll start coming up. And they got Joey right here and they right there. And when they all get to the point where they making $4,000 a month, they paying Joey $5,000. Joey get $5,000 a month, they get $4,000. Next thing you know, Joey getting $2 million a year, they getting $1.5 million. They cool with it. Then the company blow. Now they all underbosses. So they protecting Joey. Then they bring in all you new employees and they make sure y'all do what need to be done and they protect Joey. And they know that they hooked to Joey. So they know when Joey go up, what? As if they smart. They know they connected to Joey. So the higher Joey go, the higher what go? They go. So if they get so high and Joey making $25 million a year and they making 20, you think they care? They're not going to argue over different $20 million a year, $25 million, whatever. We won. Cheers to our man Joey. Joey. That's how the black man got to get. That's how they do it. They honestly pick a leader and then they ride out. Then they protect that leader. And then they pick underbosses. And then underbosses under underbosses. And then they just ride out. They be Prudential Insurance. They be Allstate. They be these big companies. Because they got bosses, they got regional bosses, they got underbosses, and they cool with it. They cool with it. Because they all getting it. They don't care how much the boss getting. They rich. They ain't pocket watching the ones over top of them. It's how black people got to get. That's how you got to get, but you can't do that. You're too busy arguing who the boss, and the whole business collapse. It don't be no business to boss. Because you worried about the boss, you ain't worried about the business. You worried about the athlete, you ain't worried about, that's why the Lakers suck. LeBron, Bronny, and don't even win shit. They praising LeBron, but ain't building no team. Stupid. And LeBron's stupid for letting it happen. Why you bring your son over there knowing he ain't gonna help that team? LeBron is horrible for sports. You brought your son there for what? It can't even win. He ain't even put the Lakers before his son. And that boy probably ain't gonna never be nothing in the NBA. His little short ass self. His little brother gonna come and do him. Bryce gonna do him ugly. Bryce gonna be better than Bronny. Sad. You gonna bring your son to a team and lose. Son get kicked off the team and you lose. Mess the team up. He could have had a player, could have helped the team. You know, about this buster on the team because he's your son. LeBron ruined basketball. I can't stand his ass. He ruined the sport. Their ratings is tanking. Nobody want to watch it no more. He messed it up. Big old dude just shooting threes. Can't go to the hole, ain't got no inside game. Just big for nothing. He's at the top of the key, dribbling the ball like a goofy. He ain't no kind of, I don't know how they moved him up. Got 1 billion points because you've been playing 1 billion years. You didn't play 1 billion years. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he played 1 billion years, that's why he scored the most points. Yeah, because he playing to your grandpa. You know what I'm saying? Get the hell out of here. That's why he scored the most points. You know what I'm saying? Talk about he scored the most points. You from Indiana, JR? You from Indiana? Where you from? What city you from? JR, what city you from? What city you from? With the Bullets, what's the name of the team in Washington, D.C.? What's the name of their team now? The Wizards? They're the Wizards, ain't they? Okay, that's your team. Pacers not your team. Your team is the Wizards. And you supposed to ride with the Wizards and build with the Wizards. Your team ain't Indiana. You're not from Indiana. How you rocking with another city? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. How you rocking with another city? You supposed to ride or die with your city. Yeah, so you've been messing up since 91, JR. Yeah, you've been messing up since 1991. You done sold out your city since 1991. He said he been sold out his city since 1991. That's what I read. He been sold out his city. Where he from? He ain't been repping his city since 1991. That's crazy. Foreign fights versus domestic, like where? What kind of fights you talking about? Fights is different because fighters is just fighting. So fights is different. Fights ain't really a city sport. Now, if you have fighters from every city, right? Like if you had heavyweight champ from every city, and you had a middleweight champ from every city, and they fought, then I would always go for the Chicago. But boxing not set up like that. Boxing is like whoever fighting just fight. So it's not city. You know what I'm saying? Oh, that's good. That's good, JR. Yeah, I don't know nothing about that part though, JR. I mean, you do your own thing. Every team from everywhere except Chicago, it's the rack. It's Chicago. Win, lose, or draw. I ain't messing with nobody. If you ain't from the rack, boo. You know what I'm saying? You suck. You know what I'm saying? But he teaches all. You know what I'm saying? Teaches all. I'm on my city. I'm repping my city. You know what I'm saying? I'm repping my city, period, till the wheels fall off. That's why when they win, it's really real. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you. And then if you in a state and you somewhere that ain't got no team, whatever team is in that state, that's your team. Whatever city, that's your team. Now, if you live somewhere in the state in California, you get to pick. If you don't live in one of the cities, you know, you can pick which one you want because it's the state. Now you got to go for the state. But being born in a city like Chicago, Chicago's the number one sports fans in the country. You know what I'm saying? We the number one sports fans in the country. The Cubs that went for 100 years and it stayed packed till they won. We coming to the game, period. You know what I'm saying? We coming to the game. We coming to the game. Win, lose, or draw. We still coming. My daddy took me to the Bulls when I was a little boy, when they had Chet Walker and Bob Love in them and Artis Gilmore. You know what I'm saying? I like the Cubs or the White Sox. At the age I'm at, I like both of them. But we grew up Cubs fans because the Cubs had a lot of black players. So when I grew up and I was young, most of Chicago was Cub fans because the White Sox had got in a scandal like back in the day when it was like Say It Ain't So and they got some kind of mob scandal or whatever. So they had fell off a little bit. But typically in Chicago, the South Side liked the White Sox and the North Side liked the Cubs. But the black folks always liked the Cubs because the Cubs had Ernie Banks, Billy Williams. They had the black players. And Fergie Jenkins. Right? But I support all of them, though. But Chicago was like, really, the blacks, back in those days, there wasn't that many blacks. So anytime the blacks would play, you know, we was really, big on the black players because of the race issues. Because I was born in 1958. Our parents came up from the South. So back in those days, the black players was like everything. You know what I'm saying? Ernie Banks like came to the hood and we all rode our bike over there. I wish I still had that thing he gave me. And he gave me a thing, and when you flick it, it'll show him swinging the bat. I don't know where that's at. My parents should have put it up. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, they had, matter of fact, the whole Chicago was Cubs fans. And when the Cubs used to play a game, they would bring TVs into the rooms at school, in grade school. And they'll put a TV. They had like 3 TVs. They'll put the 3 TVs in 3 rooms, and then all the classes were split up into the 3 rooms, and we would watch the Cubs. That's when I was in grade school. That's how big the Cubs was in Chicago. You know what I'm saying? Because, I'm older than before Andre and all them came. I'm born 1958. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving y'all the history, this 1960 history. You know what I'm saying? Because when you were a little boy, right, and you outside playing, who you going to be? You're going to be the black guy if you black, right? So when you playing, you pitching, you're going to be Fergie Jenkins. You're going to be Vida Blue. You're going to be Bob Gibson. When you batting, you're going to be Ernie Banks. You're going to be Willie Mays because you black. You can't be no white dude. When you a kid, you thinking you got to be the black dude. You black. You know what I'm saying? You see the 3 black dudes? See, that was a big deal. You want to be Billy Williams. You want to be Ernie Banks. You want to be Fergie Jenkins. You know what I'm saying? You want to be Fergie Jenkins. You want to be Vida Blue. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like back in the day. So this back in the day. So, we kids. So it's like, this is a big deal. This is a big deal. You want to be the black pitcher. That's your role model. You know what I'm saying? You want to be Fergie Jenkins. You want to be Billy Williams. You know what I'm saying? On my soul. You know what I mean? I'm giving y'all real history. You're a young black boy. You want to be Dr. J. You know what I'm saying? When you're a kid, you don't know nothing about team sports. Your daddy teach you the team sports. You doing individual sports because you were a kid. So when you were a little kid, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, you fourth grade, you doing individual sports. But by the time you get into fifth grade, though, you starting to rep your city. Because you too little to know something about that when you're a little boy. But when you get older, you know what I'm saying? You start to rep your city. You going to the barbershop and shit. They talk about the city. They ain't talk about nobody else back then. You know what I'm saying? They talking about if our team winning or losing or what they got to do or do they got to trade. You know what I'm saying? Part of sports was like complaining too. Dang, man, we keep losing, man. The Bears need to get a new quarterback. That's what they need to do. They need to get a quarterback. That was sports back in the day. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm the realest alive. Y'all y'all support the channel. I'm telling you some real history. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little boy, you know what I'm saying? This is the 60s. I'm a little boy. I'm born 1958. You know what I'm saying? I'm a little boy. These is my heroes. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you the real. I'm showing you the real history. It's my realest out here. Yeah, I'm a little boy. We like everybody, don't get me wrong, but as you get older, you just like your team. Your daddy take you to see the team. So my daddy take me to see the Bulls. So once my daddy take me to see the Bulls, it's like, okay, Bob Love, Chet Watt, okay, Bulls. But you still was a fan. You still want to see Dr. J, this Fergie Jenkins. You know what I'm saying? How come I didn't play baseball? I did play baseball as a kid. I didn't play baseball professionally because we played baseball as on the blocks. So when I was growing up, everybody on the block played. We played different streets, right? So we on 116th and Aberdeen, we play 116th and May. Now the dudes that could really play, they get on a little league team, right? I wasn't super athletic like that. I wasn't no natural athlete. My hands little. I can't jump that high. I ain't the fastest runner. See, when you growing up, there's dudes that's natural athletes. All of us don't be like them. Them dudes, it's dudes that when you grow up, there's dudes that can run faster than everybody. There's dudes that can jump higher than everybody. There's dudes that are stronger than everybody. You understand? And so you play your role. We never cared. Like when I was growing up, you never cared if you wasn't as fast as dude. You never cared if he could hit better than you. We didn't care. When we played baseball, whoever could hit the best, we put him up to bat first. Shit. You understand? Because I came up with an era where you played outside your age group when I came up. So if you 8, you out there playing baseball with dudes 9, 10, and 11. You're not playing with your age group. It's the baby boomers. Ain't no way you as good as Ludi and them. They 2 years older than you. You not going to be that good. You the little boy. They put you out there where they hope nobody hit the ball at. This is how I grew up. You played your position when I grew up. Now we had boys young, they was just good. Like my friend Richard lived down the street. He was just super athletic. He could run fast. He could knock the ball out the park, stuff like that. He played Little League. But even he didn't make it like that, where some dudes is even better than. You know, even the guys that could play baseball, there's the ones that could play, then there was the superstars. Well, everybody ain't that. My hands are small, so I can't really grip the basketball. So I was good at basketball, but not good enough to be like a superstar. And then I was into music. I was a musician. So I played sports as a child, but my interest was music. I was playing in bands and stuff. That's what my passion was, always music. My passion wasn't sports. Sports was just something we did because we was wild and we was kids and we did everything. We played baseball, basketball, football, hockey, whatever. But that wasn't my passion. When my passion was music. I was a musician. I've been playing in bands since I was a little boy. I've been playing in bands. We had band when we was little. 7, 8 years old. We had a little band, me and Keith and Gregory and Buster. We down there. I got a regular guitar playing the bass line. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. I still remember the song, doom. I remember because we played for 5 hours straight. That's the only song we knew, but we was little kids. And then adults would come downstairs, hey, and start dancing, and we be really playing then. And Keith was on the drums, and Buster was the baby. He had some bongos, and Greg was playing the lead guitar. We both had lead guitar, but I was playing the bass line. We don't know what we doing. We just doing it. And we play that one song for 2 hours. We take a break, then we play that same song again. One day we was down there, do, 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 do. And we looked up and Smokey Robinson came downstairs. Boy, we really started playing. It was like, that's Smokey. We do, 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 do. Now, I ain't watched college. I ain't watched no college sports. I never watched college sports. I never watched college sports. I only watched pros. I never watched college sports. I ain't watched college sports. That was like bootleg. I don't want to watch them kids. I ain't never watched no college sports. It was like bootleg. Nah, that's like bootleg. What don't watch that for? Yeah, that's like trash. I ain't watching no kids out there playing. That's like bootleg. Name me college, you know what I'm saying? The only time I watch college sports is NCAA finals. It's the only time basketball. NCAA finals, I would watch that. The NCAA champion competition, I would watch that. But that wasn't better than the NBA. Get out of here. Man, get out of here. Chris Webber and them was good when they was in Michigan, but they wasn't no Clyde Drexler or no, come on, stop. They wasn't no Daryl Dawkins. They wasn't no Dr. J. They wasn't no Walt Frazier. They wasn't that. Stop. They wasn't that. College sports was nothing compared. Come on, man. There wasn't no Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and James Worthy. Was I in the pool? Yeah. My daddy bought me a pool table. I had a pool table in the basement. There was a pool table and a ping pong table on top. And my daddy taught me how to play pool. Yeah, my daddy taught me how to play pool. And so what I was real good at pool. I knew I've been playing pool since I was a kid. So when I got out of high school, I started working at a book factory. I started taking people's money with pool. Because what I would do is I would go over and the older men would be playing pool and I would talk stuff. I'm better than all y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'll beat all y'all at pool. Woo, woo, woo. So then they'll get on the table and I'll start talking about, I'll take all your money. And we start playing pool and I would miss the shots and I would scratch the ball and all that but I would keep talking crazy. Y'all can't beat me at no pool and I would lose. And then I lose, I say, oh, that was just a mistake. I'll kill you though for real though. Let's play again. You know, I just had a bad game. I'll play like I was a buster. And I get them to bet. And then they bet. They're like, boy, you can't probably bet $200. I'll be like, I don't know. Come on, since you can play so good. Okay, 200. And he put the 200 up. Then when he put the 200 up, I stopped talking. I turned to a different dude. When there ain't no money up, I'll be like, man, I can play better than everybody. Why? As soon as you put the 200 up, I shut up. Crack! Ball in the hole. Crack! Take your money. They're like, fucking con man. I had a whole routine. I would talk a whole lot of stuff and mess up and lose and keep talking crazy. So now you got confidence. You ready to bet me. Once you put the money up, I never say another word. All of a sudden, I turn to a whole different person. Now I'm straight. Even when I first cracked the ball, you'd be like, because I don't crack the ball like that the first time. I just hit it a little bit. Once you put the money up, crack, ball start going in the hole. Ball start going in the hole. Feel me? I didn't go to pool halls and did that. I only did that wherever pool was available. I'm still gambling. I mostly was on the dice. You know what I'm saying? But I took OG's money though. I used to take the OGs at my job money. I mean, you can only do it once or twice because then they get hip. Nobody want to play you no more. Nobody want to play you once they see you can really play. You know, I don't hit the balls like that, but they don't understand. My daddy, Randolph Stewart, taught me how to play pool, boy, when I was a little boy. I've been playing pool since I was like 8, boy. Is you crazy? I'm 20 now. I'm 22. I've been playing since I was 8 years old. I got a pool table in the basement. Yes, I really do this. Crack! Yeah, I mean, I hit them balls so hard. When they see me, my whole, I turn into a whole different person. I be all loosey-goosey and talking just to get them, you know what I mean? I was a hustler when I was young. I used to take people money. I had a hustle where they got a game where the odd man win, right? So what happens is if it's got to be 3 of us. So everybody put their quarter on. And if I got heads and he got heads and you got tails, you win all the money. So we put the money up, right? And you get the quarter and you put it on your thing, right? And then whoever got the odd number win. So it was a dope fiend that worked at the book factory with me named Skip. So I told Skip, I said, listen, Skip, we finna take everybody money. So I say, Skip, if I rub my face or do my nose, if I do anything, that means heads. I say, you got it? So I practice. You know, I said, if I do this, if my hand come to my face, that means heads. So we went and got an employee to come play. We betting $5. So we all got our stuff. So I don't do nothing at first. So Skip put his on, whatever he gonna put it on, I put mine, whatever is on, Skip win. We do it again, then the employee win. We do it again, maybe the employee win again. I was doing it for real. So after we get him into it, I do that. Skip put his on head, I put mine on tails. If Skip's on heads and I'm on tails, you're not gonna never win. Ever. You're not gonna never win. You know what I'm saying? So when I don't do nothing, he on tails. I'm on heads. If you pick heads, Skip win. If I don't do nothing, he on tails, I'm on heads. If you get tails, I win. So me and Skip won all the money. You lose all your money. Then when you go to work, back to work, we go up in the locker room and we split our winnings. I took a lot of people money. They never got hip to it. Skip was good too. I could just do that. He wouldn't look. He was a dope fiend, so he was desperate. Right? We were clean up. That's a shame, ain't it? I was 18. I was 18, right out of high school. I was up there taking all the OG's money. And I was selling weed up there. And I was selling weed. So, you know what I mean? I was selling weed up there too. So I'm selling weed all week. Then you run out of money, I give you credit. And I'm kind of y'all to give you credit. Then when we get our checks, I go up to the bank with y'all. Y'all pay me all the money, the hundreds of dollars y'all owe me, and y'all get another bag. And I cash my check. So I was really getting it. So like I said, I started selling weed in the 8th grade, shooting dice. And I started shooting dice in like the 5th or 6th grade. You know what I'm saying? By the time I was 8th grade, I was selling weed. Early, tailor-made suits. They didn't just call me Stu Gambler. Stu was really gambling. You know what I'm saying? For real. I do that, man. He put that on heads. I put mine on tails. We're going to win every time. You ain't going to never win, but you ain't going to get hip because I don't keep winning. He win, I win. I win, I win. He win, I win. You don't never win. So you think Skip won the most money. I'd be like, dang, Skip took all the money. But the whole time, as soon as you leave, me and Skip split it. 5-card Molly. Yeah, I used to know how to do the 5-card Molly. I wish I had some cards. I'll show you right now with 5-card Molly. When you throw it down, they think you threw down the bottom card, but you really throw down the top one. You have 2 cards. Hold on. Yeah, I used to do that when I was a shorty, watching the big boys. I went home and practiced. I don't got no cards, man. Where's some cards? Hold on. I went home and practiced. You know what I'm saying? So 5-card Molly go like this. You got the cards, right? So you had the cards in your hand like this, right? So you had the cards in your hand like this. And then when you throw it down, you throw down that one, right? Then that one, then that one. And then you mix them up. But the trick is this. When I throw them down, I don't throw down this one. I throw down this one. And you think it's that one, so I throw it down like that. But you thought it was this one. So I throw the one on the top down, right? You thinking I'm throwing this one down. You think I'm doing this. Well, I'm not. I'm doing this. And then I mix them up. And you watching the first one. But the first one ain't the first one. The first one, you watch, you think you're watching this one, but you're watching this one. But you think you're watching this one. You know what I'm saying? I learned this as a baby because I would watch the OGs do it on the bus and I would go home and practice. I went home and took the dice out the Monopoly game and practice shooting dice and practice doing this because I think I'm doing it. And I said, I went and practice. Practice makes perfect. And I would, they pick up. First, I let you win. I do it the right way. And you get it, you pick it. And then you win $20 and you be excited. And I'll be like, dang, I act like I'm hurt. Dang, you won $20. I'm like, bet another $20. They bet again. I win. Cool, you won one, so you think it's up. And we do it again, and I win. And we do it again, and I win. And we do it again, and I win. And then you quit. And you thought you thought you lost for real, but you didn't really lose for real. I scammed you. You know what I'm saying? Now you're not gonna do none of that because you're not gonna know. You really think you lost. You really think you lost. And plus, I can fight. You know, you're gonna swing, and you're gonna get drilled on, if not worse. because I might got something on me anyway. So nah, you ain't gonna know. You're not gonna know. You're not gonna know. The key is you think you really lost. It can't be where you know I scammed you. You be like, dang. You think you really lost because you ain't gonna see it. You took a chance when you bet. So you ain't gonna be mad when you lose. You're gonna be mad at yourself for betting. You're not gonna want to start fighting, but if you want to start fighting, I mean, come on. That's why my man's sitting back there pretending he just. See what I'm saying? My man is on here pretending he don't know me because he get on one stop and I get on the next stop. Or I get on first, he get on. He walk down there and get on. So it's me and two of the guys. I get on. The next stop, my two guys get on. They sit there like they regular bus riders. We got you surrounded. It's me and there's my men in there right there. They act like they just regular. They didn't get on with me. And then we don't get off at the same stop. They'll get off first, and then I get off. Did we have boxing and wrestling in school back then? No. We didn't have boxing and wrestling. We had wrestling in high school, but that's when I went to school with white dudes. I ain't like wrestling. So I don't like no man holding on me and stuff. Pause. So I ain't never used to get dressed to go to jail for wrestling. That's some white dude stuff. I don't want to be on my ground with no dude with his hand around my waist. Pause. I'm not getting on my knees. I don't want no man holding me like that. Pause. I'm not rolling around on the ground with no man. I'll roll around in the bed with a woman, but I'm not rolling around on no. I ain't like wrestling. Pause. Wrestling? No. I ain't do wrestling. I ain't get dressed for gym. You know what I mean? I ain't do no loaded dice. I shot dice for real. I didn't do loaded dice. I spun them and cheated. I practiced the dice at home too. I learned how to hold them in my hand and shake them. And then you hear chicka, 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 but they not really rolling. I got them tight like that, and I'm shaking them like that, making them hit each other. Then I don't throw them like this. I throw them like this. So they fall out on the number. So I have a 4, I have a 5 at the top and a 3 at the top. My number's 8. I got a 3 and a 5. And then I throw them like this. So they don't roll, they just spin. 8, give my money. I learned how to like that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't roll. The only thing I would roll is a 4. Because if you roll 4 a long way, if you roll the dice a long way, it'll hit 4. It'll hit 4 almost all the time. But other than that, I took the dice out to Monopoly games and stuff like that and went in my room and practiced. I was a crazy little boy. My dad like, Bessie, this boy took all the dice out the game. What you doing with the dice? I was like, oh, nothing. I was just playing with them. I wouldn't tell them what I was doing. I'd be in my room practicing. Everything I practice. And once I get it, then I go outside and try it. Stu, that's how I got the name Stu Gambling. My name, they called me Stu because there was a lot of Michaels. My name was Michael Stewart. We had Michael Stewart, Michael Mosley, Michael Young, Michael Henderson, Michael this. So they had to say something to identify you. So they started calling me Stu. And then when I'm like about in the 6th grade, 7th grade, they come up to the park. Where's Stu at? They be like, Stu was gambling. Where's Stu at? Stu over there gambling. Where's Stu at? Stu gambling. So they started calling me Stu Gambling because Stu was always gambling. That's why I got it. So they'd come over there. What up, Stu Gambling? My boys that didn't gamble because everybody didn't gamble. So my boys that didn't gamble, they would come. I'm always in the dice game. So they the ones named me that. My boy Richard named me that. What up, Stu Gambling? Because every time I looked up, Stu was gambling. And my house was the park, and I can go right between the neighbor's house and go to the park. Go home. So I win, I run between the houses, go put my money up and get like something out the kitchen and come back with it behind my back just in case somebody don't like the fact I won. That's how I got that name Stu Gambling. I was always gambling. I eventually stopped. I had to stop because it was getting too dangerous. It was older dudes coming getting a dice game. They want to fight. They want to have weapons and all that. I said, okay. But I used to go all over Chicago to where my friends. I went to private school. My parents sent me to private school. So now I know more. Send me to a Lutheran school. So now I know brothers in all the hoods. So I'm at Perry Park. I'm at Oakdale Park. I'm at all the parks gambling. I'm 16. I'm driving now. I got my own car. I'm outside. Yep. I won a lot gambling, but it just played out. It played out. I started changing, started growing my dreadlocks, and started going into some cultural stuff. So I wasn't on the block no more. Yeah, G-Rock, I ain't like the wrestling. I like the basketball. I like the football. I like baseball. But I ain't like rolling around on the ground with no dudes. I ain't like that. I never liked that. Because, we grew up under Muhammad Ali. So we trying to sting like a butterfly. We trying to float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. We boxing. We like boxing. We like Muhammad Ali. We don't watch wrestling. Wrestling was corny back there. Wrestling was fake. Dick the Bruiser and them. That was fake. Wrestling would come on the same channel. Roller derby was come on. We thought that was fake. You know what I'm saying? So wrestling was fake when I was coming up. It wasn't that wrestling y'all watch. It was old school. Like grandma and them be watching. Dick the Bruiser and all them. It was corny. We wanted to do real athletic stuff. We didn't want to do no corny. Even today, wrestling is corny. When you watch wrestling, unless you watch, you know what I'm saying? Who was my favorite baseball player? It depends on what year it was. You know what I'm saying? It depends on what year it was. You know what I'm saying? I used to collect baseball cards. I wish I had my baseball cards. I'd be rich right now. My cousin took them when he was a little boy and lost them all. So we didn't really have a favorite player. We just liked all the black players, but we liked teams and stuff. But I didn't really have a favorite player like that because we was, like I said, was in the teams. So I liked the Cubs. I didn't have a favorite player because they used to change a lot. You got Willie Mays. Willie Mays was good. But, I'm not going to cheer for Willie Mays that much because he don't play for the Cubs. So I'm going to cheer for Billy Williams, Ernie Banks, like that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really have a favorite athlete like that until Dr. J and Muhammad Ali. Those were the only athletes was my favorite besides the home team. Dr. J, you know what I'm saying? But I liked Dr. J before I got into team sports like that. The first team sports I got into was baseball, the Cubs. I wasn't crazy about the Bulls like the Cubs because the baseball season is longer than the basketball season, right? And the baseball season is through summer. So you little kids, guess what you're doing all spring and summer? You playing baseball. There's a baseball field down at the end of the block. It's a field. We lived on a dead end street was a field, and the school I went to right there, and they built a baseball field right there. You know what I'm saying? So we would go play baseball all the time. So I didn't really have a favorite baseball. This is in the 60s. This was before Hank Aaron. This is Willie Mays and Vida Blue. This is way back. So it's like in them days, you playing sports, your favorite is depending on what position you playing. If you're in the outfield, your favorite is probably Billy Williams. If you're playing first base, your favorite probably Ernie Banks. You know, it's like what position you playing, you imagining you picking the best person at that position, and that's who you pretend you are. But in baseball, I really didn't have a favorite player because baseball had so many players. They got more players than any other sport. It's a lot of them. So I had favorite players, but it was basically based on race back then. Everything back then in the 60s was based on race. So because black people was just really not everywhere, you never seen black people on TV and stuff like that. All the shows was white. Dick Van Dyke, Fred Flintstone, the Beverly Hillbillies. There was no black people on TV. You see? There was no black people. So black people back then in the 60s, we listened to the radio so we could turn on WVON and listen to the black, music. Black people back then, we took our refuge. We got our pleasure out of music, but we could listen to black people. You understand? Everything was white. Everything. So back in those days, we like all the black people, no matter what team they on, especially the black people on our team in our city. So I didn't like no Cub the best. I liked Ernie Banks. I liked Billy Williams, like that. I liked the black players on the team. And then because of Chicago, you kind of like the whole team, Ron Santo and all of them, but you really like Fergie Jenkins, Billy Williams, and Ernie Banks because they black. And you pay attention to Willie Mays and Roberto Clemente and all the black players. You know what I'm saying? If a white player was real good, you acknowledged him too. But like I said, it wasn't that many black people. So, if you're black, you're going to look at your own image for a role model. That's the only thing you can relate with, being like him. You can't try to be like no white man. He white. So you're a kid. You don't know all that stuff. You don't know nothing about race and stuff like that. So just naturally as a kid, you're going to want to be the one look most like you. But because we was in a team, baseball was my first team thing. So it's the Cubs, period. Not no particular person. I didn't have no favorite baseball player. I had a favorite team, the Cubs. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have nobody favorite. I had people, we used to like Earl of Pearl, stuff like that, but I didn't have a favorite athlete in team sports. I had a favorite athlete in boxing, Muhammad Ali. But I didn't have a favorite athlete in team sports until Dr. J. Dr. J was my first favorite athlete. So my three most favorite black men was James Brown, Muhammad Ali, and Dr. J. Those was my three idols when I was young. Like 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, like that. Those was my favorite. My number one favorite person is James Brown. Shit. James Brown's Godfather number one. He's the favorite. You know what I'm saying? James Brown's the favorite. He's way ahead of everybody. James Brown. Everybody know I do the James Brown. Second favorite, Muhammad Ali. Because Muhammad Ali was our favorite, we didn't have to deal with a lot of racism because all we did all day was box, because Ali was our favorite. So if he was like a white dude and I went somewhere, and you was my age and you tried to play with me, you ain't been boxing. We've been on the block slap boxing for hours. So you get, you know what I'm saying? We was really good at boxing. Because when you practice something, you didn't. We used to box all day. Slap boxing. When I grew up, 4th, 5th, 6th grade, 7th grade, we boxed. That's what we used to do for fun. Out of 7 days a week, you'd have been slap boxing at least 3 or 4 days. Sometime out of 3 or 4 days, you've been slap boxing. We used to slap box for fun. We try to slap each other hard as we can. So we was rough too. Because we try to slap each other hard as we can. It don't hurt. We just keep boxing. We think it's funny. And I was really good at it. Only time it was a problem if somebody was just as good as me and their arms was longer. If they was just as good as me and their arm is longer, every time I try to get in there, it's like, wow. Like my boy Hambone. I hated boxing Hambone because he was taller. His arms was longer. He was always slapping me first because he far away. You know what I'm saying? He far away. So he had the advantage. That boy was cold with it. But we still boxed every day. Don't care how much you get slapped. And then if you get with an enemy or something, you just ball your fists up and do the same thing you've been doing. And when you do something like that, your whole childhood, it never go away. It stay with you, your coordination, your hand, it don't never go away. If you ever play with a boxer, you're going to get knocked out. You cannot play with no professional boxer. He did it too much. It's like riding a bike for him. I ain't a professional boxer, so if I play with a boxer, I'm going to get knocked out. But if you ain't a professional boxer, that's a problem. Because you ain't boxed as much as me unless you're a professional boxer. We boxed all day for fun. We rode bikes, we boxed, and we played baseball, and we ran a whole lot, and we rode bikes a whole lot. We professional bike riders, too. Back then, we watched baseball on TV. We didn't go to the games. We watched on TV. We watched on TV. We didn't want to go to the game. TV is better. We watch on TV. You go to the game, now you got to get home after it's over. You watch on TV as soon as it's over. You outside on your bike. You ain't got to wait all day to get back home. You know what I'm saying? We want to keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Everybody on the block, we play the other block. The big boys got the best position. The little boys like me, they put you out where nobody gonna hit it at. If they feel like nobody gonna hit the ball in right field, that's where they put you. You the baby, you the little boy. They put you out there. Sometimes the parents and other people from other blocks come watch us out there playing. It ain't even no officials, it's just blocks. We had everything. We had the catcher's outfit, we had bats, we had bases, we had everything. We buy it ourselves with our allowance money. And we ain't nothing but the neighborhood. You know, Aberdeen, 116 by Aberdeen. We see somebody from May Street. We say, y'all want to play? He go get his guys. We play 115th against 115th, 116th against 116th in May. 116th in Aberdeen against 116th in Carpenter. 116th in Aberdeen against 115th in Aberdeen. 116th in Aberdeen against 115th in Racine. We play like that. Blocks, not no teams. Block. This block against your block. From the oldest boys down to the little boys. And the older boys was the coach. Ludi was our coach. He was older than us. Ludi was our coach, or Curtis. They was older. I'm the little boy. I'm playing. They put me out there where nobody gonna hit the ball. I do that for a couple years. Now I'm older. Now Sherman and them is younger. They put them out there. Now I'm on first base. I got a first baseman. Now I'm pop. You know what I'm saying? I'm good now. So we played as you grew up. You moved up on the team. The young ones come in and get your old position. By the time you play, a couple years, oh, you with it. I done went from the outfield to first base. My daddy, I need a first base glove. He'd take me and give me one because it's a different glove at first base. And I need a special glove because I'm left-handed. Everybody else's glove go on their left hand. My glove had to go on my right hand. You take me up to the sports shop, give me a glove for a lefty because, you got to have your main hand to throw with and catch with that. So your glove going to go on this hand. Now, if you throw with this hand, your glove going to go on this hand. So I had to get a right hand glove because I'm left-handed. By the time I play a couple, I'm stretching because we watching them. I'm stretching, got you, because we watching on TV. Then we come do just what they doing. The only thing I couldn't hit as good as everybody else. I couldn't hit that good because everybody right-handed. And it's a hard league ball. So when I'm at bat, the ball's always coming to me. See, if you right-handed, you batting the other way. So the ball, he throwing with his right hand, so the ball going away from you. But when you left-handed and the right hand is pitching, the ball's coming at you. So it's a lot more scarier. It's not like if the ball's going away from you. So that was my problem with batting because I bat lefty and they pitching right and the ball coming at me. Whereas if I batted right, the ball would be going away. I would be able to really get a better, you know what I'm saying? So that was my problem with baseball is hitting. I still could get some hits and stuff, but not like I could have got if a left-hander was pitching and the ball was going away. And they right hand, they look like they're throwing the ball right at you. It's a little harder to hit it like that. Plus, it wasn't really my favorite sport. Basketball is my favorite sport. Baseball was like my second favorite sport. Baseball was the most fun, though, because it's two teams. So that's a lot of fun. But basketball was, one, just you. All right, so I'm finna end this. That was interesting. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Make sure you contribute to the channel. Football, I played football, but football, we used to play two-hand touch on the street. So football, we played two-hand touch, but football wasn't as big because it's too cold. When you're a kid, football's in the winter. It's too cold. So you ain't going to get the chance to play football in the wintertime below zero and all that, snow and all that. You ain't going to get a chance to play as much as you're going to play baseball and basketball because it's warm out. I was a good receiver and I was a great quarterback. My hands were small. I was a real good quarterback and I could catch anything. So I played football in 7th or 8th grade, but we didn't get to play football that much as children. Because back then you played whatever was in season. And when football was in season in Chicago, it's below zero. It's below zero. You in 4th grade, you in 5th grade, you ain't out there like that. But then when you are out there, it's snowing everything. So you really can't play like that. Because you got to go to the park to play. You can't really play on the block. Although in the summertime, we would play two-hand touch a little bit. But we didn't have enough time to play football. All right. Good to see you, Jazzy. See you next time. We didn't have enough time to play football because of the winter. Because we played according to what was on TV. So whatever was on TV, that's what we played. Plus, football wasn't exciting for a kid to watch on TV. Like baseball and football wasn't exciting to watch. Basketball was exciting to watch. So we didn't really watch football as a kid. Football too boring for a kid. Ain't no kid want to watch no football. We like the fast pace. We was watch basketball. We ain't watch baseball that much either. It's too slow. We play baseball, but we ain't like to watch it. It's slow. We would watch it and we would watch some football, but they too slow. We trying to get on Sunday and watch the NBA. Shoot. I'm trying to hurry up and get out of church and get on and watch the NBA every Sunday for sure and watch the Bulls because back then you only get to see the other teams on Sunday. They didn't have cable like they had now. So back then you only get to watch the other teams on Sunday. Other than that, the only way you see the other teams if they play the Bulls on Channel 9 because you had to watch local sports on the local channel. So Channel 9 would have the Bulls and the Cubs. So we want to watch. If we want to see another team, we can only see them when they come to Chicago and play the Bulls. Or the Bulls game televised. Other than that, if you want to see the other teams, you had to wait for the NBA on NBC to see the big games. And that's only on Sunday. This before cable television and all that. Ain't no cable. It's NBC, ABC, CBS, and stuff like Channel 9, UHF, like that. Ain't no cable TV. So it's cold in Chicago. So football, nah, we like the summertime stuff you could do in the warm weather. Ride bikes, play hide and go seek, stuff like that. Baseball, basketball. Football was like a winter sport. Hockey, winter sport. So we played a little football, but not as much as we went to the basketball court or to the baseball field because we really couldn't get inspired to go play. We was inspired right after we watch it. But right after we watch football, we ain't finna go out there. It's 12 below. Back then, G-Rock, Chicago had real winters. They don't got them kind of winters like that. It ain't snowed in 3 years. But back then, bro, once it's Christmas, it's snowing. And then you got, if the snow can make snowballs, that means it's got enough moisture in it. But when it's real cold, the snow won't even make snowballs. You can't be out there in that. A lot of people don't know that. When the snow is real cold, it will not stick together. It just be dust. In order to make snowballs, it's got to be kind of warm for it to stick together. So most of the time in Chicago, you can't make a snowman. You can't make a snowball. Nobody going out there in that. It's too cold. You know what I mean? Freezing is 32. So you out there at like 30, 28, 27, like that. But when it start getting 10 degrees, 5 degrees, 2 below, ain't nobody outside. You outside with right after freezing, a little bit under freezing, yeah, you out there. You out there at 27 degrees, you know what I'm saying, 5 degrees below freezing. Freezing is 32. So if it's 29, it didn't snow, it's 29, it's 24, your mama let you go outside. Your mama ain't letting you go outside. Your mama ain't letting you go outside if it's like, you know, 20 degrees or even 15 degrees, 5 degrees, 2 below. Ain't nobody outside. Everybody in the house doing so. Ain't nobody outside in the real winter. Ain't nobody outside. It's too cold. You get frostbite out there. Mess around, lose your ear or something. It's too cold. So that's why as soon as the weather break, everybody outside because we've been in for the winter. Chicago winter used to be really that. There was no whole lot of days. There was some days you could go out there, but it was far and in between. You couldn't go out there. Yeah, you couldn't go out there. Sometimes it might be 15 below zero. And I remember one time I had to go to the store It was 27 below. I had everything wrapped up except this spot. And if the bus didn't come, I felt like this was going to freeze straight through. It was going to freeze my brain. One time it got so cold, my daddy was at work. A man came in and he rubbed his ear and it fell on the ground. He came and got in the car. We picked him up. Said, man, so dude just came out there. He had no earmuffs or nothing on. He was out there. He said he came in. He rubbed his ear. It fell. It broke. It broke. It fell on the ground. He said it wasn't even bleeding. It just broke like glass, he said. And fell on the ground. His ear. When he rubbed it. Real talk. That's how cold they get. You let your hand get too cold and your finger break right off and fall on the ground. Frozen solid like ice. Turn to real ice for real. It'll break off. Ask somebody. But first you get frostbite. Frostbite ain't no joke. But it will freeze all the way through. When it's like 5 below, 20 below, 17 below. We used to get shit like I said, I went out there, it was 27 below zero. And we didn't have no food, and I had to go take the bus. We lived where the bus would take me right to the store and bring me back. And we had to get some stuff in the house. And I went out there on the bus stop, man, and my whole thing almost froze. We had a real bad winter. I was probably like 21, something like that. I had my whole stuff covered, ski mask and everything, but I had this was the only thing exposed. And it almost froze solid, just this little spot. I would have died if I would have had to stay out there too long. That's how cold it got. Like some stuff like you're on the moon or something. Like you done went to another planet. Because when I was growing up as a child, as boys, our number one occupation, riding bikes. Bikes was number one. Beg your daddy enough for a swing bike, and it's bikes. We doing more bike riding than anything. We play a lot of basketball. We playing football. We playing this stuff. But bike riding was number one. We own them bikes. You ride your bike to go play baseball. As soon as the game over, you jump on the bike. Your bike was your car. You ain't finna walk to the store. You finna ride your bike. You gonna get off your bike and your friend gonna sit out there and watch your bike, or you gonna watch his bike while he go in there and get what y'all want. Because you leave your bike, you come out, it's gonna be gone. And then that's how you learn how to fight. Ain't nobody taking your bike. Now you ain't finna take nobody's bike. We finna fight for this. Them swing bikes with the stick shifts. Who know about them? Who know about the swing bike with the stick shift? You feel me? The swing bike with the stick shift. This the one I have right here. They got the handlebars spent around though. I don't know why they got the handlebars spent like that. This the one I have right here. They got the handlebars spent around. I don't know why. This the one I had. The Stingray, I think. You got the stick shift, man. You think you got a motorcycle on my soul. Man, you think you got the motorcycle. You know what I'm saying? The 5-speed swing. You know what I'm saying? And you begging your mama to get that, to get you that 5-speed swing. You know what I mean? Then they came out the one with the little wheel in the front. I remember this one. Yeah, but the 5-speed swing. Let me say 5-speed. That's it. There you go. There you go. I need to buy one of these for PJ. This one got the big tire in the back. Mine didn't have that one. My sister's was like that though. She had the blue one like that. If you didn't have that, you wouldn't know nothing. You wouldn't know nothing. If your parents didn't get you a swing, you wouldn't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if you didn't have this one without the fender though. But if you didn't have one of these with the stick shift, you wouldn't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you wouldn't know nothing if you didn't have that. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't have one of these, you wouldn't know nothing. You had to have one of these. This the one I had. But I didn't have the one with this big slick. This was like my sister had the blue one. But hers was a 3-speed. Mine was a 5-speed like this. Mine was a 5-speed like that. If you didn't have that, you wouldn't know nothing. That's was our biggest passion right there. You know what I mean? That was our biggest passion, G-Rock. That was more bigger than anything. That was bigger than any sport when I was growing up. The bike. The bike was the passion. I need to buy one of these though. I need to buy one of these. I need to buy one of these. I had that green one too. Yeah, that was the one you had to have. I need to buy one. I had the green one. I had this one right here. Not exactly this one because I didn't have the holes in the stick shift. I don't think. Yeah, I didn't have the holes in the stick shift. I had the solid stick shift. Yeah, this was it. If you had this, if you had one of these, you was the man. You was the man if you had one of them. That's what we spent most of our time, and we spent a lot of time fixing it up like this, putting a sissy bar. They call that a sissy bar in the back. This ain't the one I got though with the small stick shift. And that was everybody's passion right there. You know, you get your swing bike and this all the way up. I didn't have this one with the little wheel though in the front. It probably didn't ride that good though. It probably wasn't good with going up curves and stuff with that little wheel. I had this one right here. I ain't gonna show the page. I had this one with the solid stick shift. My sister had a blue. My sister had a blue uh, 3-speed. I had the 5-speed. You know, you bragging if you got the 5-speed. You know what I'm saying? You bragging if you got the 5-speed. Oh yeah. If you got the 5-speed, boy, it's up. If you got the 5-speed like this one. This the one I had. 1968. Y'all was 10 years old. This the one. But I didn't have that knob. I had the knob like this. My knob was all black. So that one still ain't the one I had. You know what I'm saying? The one I had, had the solid knob. You know what I'm saying? This was the passion. This was the number one passion, the bike. We race up and down the street all day. I had that one right there. We race up and down the street all day. We ride because we could go all over the place. Your mom and them don't even know where you at. So once you got the bike, you know, you ain't gotta walk to the park. You know what I'm saying? You jump on your bike and go to the park. You know, if you knew what that stuff was gonna be worth, you would have kept it in mint condition. I would have kept it in mint condition if I knew what I know today. You know what that thing would be worth? I'd give it to PJ though. But I'd have to wait till he get old enough somebody take it from him. Because he'll get hurt. They'll take that from him. A grown man will jump out the car and take that when they see that vintage bike like that. I need to buy one though from somebody. To tell you the truth. Now that I think about it. This mostly what we did though. We rode these. Yeah, we rode these. This was the passion. You know, buying new seats, decorating it, buying turning signals for it, buying lights for it, decorating it, buying the green tape to wrap on the handlebars, all of that. My sister had a 3-speed disc collar, but it was a 3-speed. It wasn't no 5-speed. That's what childhood was like for Black Americans that moved up here and had hardworking parents and bought homes, moved in nice neighborhoods. That's what it was like. Nobody tell that story. Nobody tell the story. Remember the show Wonder Years? They need to do a black version of that. They need to do a black version of Wonder Years. I'd love to put something like that together. It'll blow y'all mind. They don't tell this positive side of the black community in the Great Migration that came and got all them nice jobs. You know what I'm saying? They don't tell that. They don't tell the side of the hardworking black people that came up here from the South. They don't tell that story of those of us that grew up in nice homes and stuff like that. You know what I mean? They don't tell that story. You know what I'm saying? Black people came up working for the steel mill. Both mama and daddy worked. The only reason if mama didn't work is because she got 5 children. So the mothers that had 5 children, 4, 5, 6 children, they didn't work. But everybody else that had 2, 3 children, everybody used to go to work. Mommy and daddy went to work. They would get home like 5:30. We get home at like 3:30, and the children would be at home by herself for 2 hours, or an auntie or somebody there. You had to stay in the house till they get home. So if you get out of school at 3:30, you ain't coming outside till 5:30. When all the parents get home, both moms and dad work. They was making a whole lot of money. So for mama to work was like a come up. It was like you was rich. A lot of people don't know that. When she wasn't working because she had to work, she was working because now you finna be rich. You got a house, your mortgage $250 a month. Your mortgage $250 a month. Phone bill like $6. Electric bill like $8, $11. All your bills is like under $300 for your rent and all your utilities. Under 300, and y'all making 1,500 a piece. Y'all making 3,000. Y'all making 3,000, and all your utilities like 300. A Cadillac probably like, no, let me see. A Cadillac was $11,000. If it's a hard top sedan, it's 14,000. You know what I'm saying? It's 14,000, right? Think about that. It's 14,000, right? If you look, you know what I'm saying? You'd be like, okay. 14, I say 15. No, 14,000 divided by 36, like $38. $38 a month. I said $60 a month. They put interest on it for 3 years. You see what I'm saying? $60, 60 some dollars a month for 3 years. Pay for it. If you put the interest up, basically it's $38. You put the interest on it back then, the interest ain't gonna be that much. So you're probably looking at $48 or $50 a month for 3 years, and you and your wife making 15. Y'all make it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all make it like 3,000 because your daddy getting 750 twice, and your mama getting 7. So that's 1,550. So I'm making $3,000, and all your bills ain't even $1,000. Like all your bills is like only $700. All your bills, car note and everything, ain't no more than $700, $800, and y'all bringing in 3,000. Bread 50 cent, food cheap. That's why I got tailor-made clothes on. That's why we have all them clothes. That's why mama got closet clothes everywhere. That's why we going on vacations and all that. That's why you getting all this stuff for Christmas. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they did do a version? Oh, wow. Imagine that. My daddy making $750 every 2 weeks. And all they bills for the whole month is like only $800. And him and my mama make it like 15, making 3,000 a month. They making 3,000 a month, and their bills ain't even $1,000. That's food and everything. If you add food and everything, they probably spending 1,000 at the most, and they make it 3,000. They just got $2,000 just laying around. You know what I'm saying? They don't even need just $2,000. Every time your daddy and mama get paid, they can pay for everything for 3 months. They can work for 4 months and pay to live the whole year from 4 months of their salary together. And they got 8 months of salary. That's just free money. Just let that sink in. 4 months of their salary, pay for everything you do the whole year. We got a big ass house for $250 a month. Watch this. There go our house right there. Look. This is right after we moved too, I think. Or it might be now. No, I think this is right after we moved. Look, let me show y'all something. This the house we had for $250 a month. That's where I grew up at. $250 a month. 3 bedroom. That's my parents' room, was in the front right there. Behind, when you look behind the house, the school right back there. I used to cut between them houses there before everybody got fences. And that's and then the school's right to your right. Just look at that. $250 a month. Got basement, 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, big ass yard. $250 a month. Let that sink in. I lived there from when I was 4 years old until I got 18 and got my own apartment. And my apartment was $250 a month for a 2 bedroom. Me and my girlfriend straight out of high school. We had an apartment, 2 bedroom, $250 a month. What y'all think about that? 2 bedroom, $250 a month. Just let that sink in. Two bedroom, my first apartment. $250 a month. Matter of fact, this is it when I was going live. This is it before we move. Hold on. When I first started going live, this is it right here, right before we moved. This is why I started going live. This is it before we moved, and this is it. That's where I grew up at. I was in there when they took this picture. I had just left. I was getting ready to leave. It was on the market. Just think about that. Remember that I said the baseball field? That's the street. So you go right there, see the right? That's the baseball field. That parking lot wasn't there. That was all just field. But it's a dead end street. So when I come on my house and make a left and go and you see right to your left, that's the baseball field, and the school is over next to that. This the back of the house. Oh, we had left. I had cleaned it out. It was gone. This was right after I cleaned it out. When they was getting ready to go in there and sell it or do whatever. Maybe somebody had been staying in there first or something. I don't know. Yeah, that's when they was trying to sell it. Real talk. Yeah, it's in good shape. I don't know. I don't know. Once I drop the book, I might just go back and buy it just to give it to PJ or something. I don't know. Somebody in there it's already redone now though. It's totally redone. They was giving that away like black people, you know what I'm saying? The economy was booming. They came from the South. They bought all them houses. That whole neighborhood is black people like that. The neighborhood's quiet. You ain't no gang banging, ain't none of that. It's quiet. That whole Maple Park, nothing going on. It's quiet at night. Everybody's quiet. It's all hardworking people. The whole neighborhood. So that's why we was riding our bike. We could go wherever. There was no problems. There was no problem. Your mom and dad didn't have to worry about you. Black people was acting like they had some sense. So when you be hearing me telling them stories of my childhood, that's where all that happened at. We outside crazy. Now it ain't no children over there. When we was over there, that many children was on that block. Any given day, it's 15 of us outside. On a real good day, it's 20, all different ages, from the little baby pawpaw all the way up to the big boys. We out there. But mostly the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth grade. Well, not eighth. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh graders. Maybe some eighth graders a little bit. You start getting to eighth grade high school, you ain't at home no more like that. But when you little, you 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, we out there. There's a bunch of us. We out there playing four square, running bases, hide and go seek, mother may I, all that, baseball, throwing the ball back and forth on the street, running bases, all that, two-hand touch in the street. The ball bouncing off cars and stuff, the neighbors don't care. Only Mr. Thurman the only one. Get that ball off my car, but the rest of the neighbors don't care. It don't do nothing. Listen, we throwing the footballs hitting the car. It ain't doing nothing to the car. The car is made out of steel. You feel me? The car made out of steel. The football one don't do nothing to the car, just bounce off of it. It don't break nothing. It don't do nothing because the car is steel. So nobody cared if the football hit the car. It ain't going to do nothing to the paint. It ain't going to do nothing. That's how those cars was made. We all go sit up on the car. All the kids sit on daddy hood of the car. The hood do not go in. Like now, your hood might dent in. Now, back then, you could walk on the car. Yes, back then, you could stand up on the car and run over the car and run on the roof and run down the other side. They don't bend in. We did it all the time. We ran on the car. The dog chased you run on the car. Run on the roof of the car and stand up there. The car never did that. Think about that. Go stand on the roof of your car now. It's going to go in. Stand on the roof of a car. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Stand on the roof of a car back then. It will not go in. Matter of fact, we used to go to the drive-in and sometimes they'll bring blankets and stuff, and me and my sister would go lay on the roof and listen to the drive-in on the roof of the car. Just think about that. The roof never would dent in. If you run into one of them cars or one of these new cars, your car gonna be tore up. That car ain't gonna be nothing wrong with it. Solid steel bumper. You know what I'm saying? A real bumper. All right, so that's enough of that. Thanks for supporting the channel. You know what I'm saying? And y'all stay positive. You dig. You got a lot of Black history that time. You know what I'm saying? And make sure you go follow my Patreon, all right? Go to the Patreon. Join the $20 tier, $20 a month, all right? One.